Quite the music. Mean Streets. Chris Jones, huh? Apparently he's been Tex Murphy since the beginning. Cool. Cinematography? Story by Chris Jones. And Brian Ferguson, but didn't know that he was even in the writing of the thing. Cool. I do know that this game is also on the C64 and the Amiga. I think they published on the Amiga 1 year later, in 1990, as far as I remember looking up all the information. But yeah, this game is also on the Commodore 64, which is quite surprising. Fight level? Can I make it low? Alright. Let's see ourselves Tex Murphy's first adventure. I'm curious. Curious to find out what it's like. The case. Your name is Tex Murphy, a private investigator in San Francisco. The year is 2033. Gotta wait 11 years for this to happen. And you've just been hired by a beautiful young lady named Sylvia to investigate the death of her father, Dr. Carl Linsky. Dr. Linsky was a prominent professor at the University of San Francisco and had been working on a secret project. Sylvia had asked him about his work several times, but he would not talk about it. Then a few days ago he jumped, or was pushed, from the Golden Gate Bridge. The police are sure it was a routine suicide, but Sylvia thinks it was murder. Your job is to solve the case. Apparently I am Job now instead of Tex Murphy. You've been given 10,000 cash by your client. You have 5 leads. Please refer to the Getting Started section of the manual for a list of your leads and some important suggestions. Be sure to write things down and be careful to spell correctly. When questioning suspects, use people's full names. Do I really need to read up the freaking manual for this? Ugh. Maybe I should download some of these extras. Seem to be useful stuff. Let's see. Well, the map is nothing special. All right. What else did I need? Let's see if there's some text for me to read in the manual, like it says there. Playing the game options, alright. Okay. There's a whole story to read. Maybe I should read it out loud. Hey, Spicky. I wonder if I have like a good film noir style music. Like one to tune for a loop while I read out the story. I mean, the game just begins like that, but apparently there's a whole backstory to this that I might have to read. I think I have thought of the best music for this before I start reading it. You gotta have that, you know, film noir vibe to it. So let me just prepare things here in order for me to start reading this. Let's see, which one would it be? This? That's what I was thinking of. I mean, that's also good, but not the style I was looking for. And that's just... maybe High Roller. Maybe High Roller is the best one. Certainly has that a good vibe for it. Yeah. All right, let's see the story. A steamy layer of thick fog hangs over the city. It's late, Wednesday night, the end of September. The weather report says the next few days will get warm, real warm. The radiation count should climb over 70. Very unpleasant. It's the kind of day that moves with the mercury, thick and slow. Funny how the work drags out with the humidity. My body and brain are trying to talk to me into taking a few days vacation, but the office door swings open. The silhouette in the doorway tells me this isn't the pizza man. My eyes follow curves up to where the lady's silken blonde hair kind of clasps her cheek near her eyes, which are exotic, not blue exactly, deeper than blue, sad and dangerous. If ever a woman is trouble, she is it. "Are you Tex Murphy?" she asks. Her bottom lip pouts at me, and I can tell that I'm probably looking at it too long. "That's me," I say, real professional, real cool. "Miss Linsky, Sylvia Linsky." Her eyes cloud over suddenly. They are murky and preoccupied like mud puddles on a wet road. "It's my father." Her pause is long and sad. "I want you to investigate my father's death." "Have you been to the police?" This is my standard reply. I don't want anybody accusing me of breaking the law. Nobody messes with the boys downtown. Why'd you stop playing it? I thought you were on a repeat. At least you should be. Well, Of course, I've spoken to them. Detective Clemens thinks Daddy committed suicide. It wasn't suicide. Daddy would never kill himself. It's murder. I know it's murder. She's getting upset. The careful line of her lipstick draws my attention to her mouth and chin that trembles. Just a little bit. How did you find me? I ask as I sit her down on the wooden chair that faces my desk. The chair looks dark and gritty next to her. Detective Clemens said that if I insisted on throwing money away, you were the one to throw it to. Well, Miss Linsky, before we play catch, give me the background on your father's death. Then I'll decide if there's a ball game. I hear the rustle of silken stockings. Miss Linsky crosses her legs and starts her story. My father was a professor of neuropsychology at the University of San Francisco for 15 years. He was well respected in his field and had received many awards and research grants. About 8 months ago, he took a leave of absence from the university to work on an independent consulting contract. When I asked about it, he said he couldn't tell me anything, not even who hired him. I rarely saw him after that. One night I went to his home. He was terribly upset. It was obvious he had been drinking. He was very evasive when I questioned him. I was worried about him. He was not a drinking man. I asked if I could stay with him, but my persistence only made him more angry. Finally, he agreed to come to my apartment for dinner the following Sunday. That was 3 days ago. Miss Linsky's body is very still. I am not sure she is even breathing. While she's looking right at me, her eyes, which are as shiny as glass, melt. 2 tears spill from them and run down her cheeks. Last Sunday morning, I got a call from the San Francisco Police Department. They told me that my father had apparently jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge. They needed someone to come and identify the body. They said a witness had seen my father jump. His car was found on the bridge. Because there was no sign of foul play, they're calling it a routine suicide. I interrupted her. The police are usually pretty good in these matters, from what you've told me. My father did not kill himself. Her anger made her eyes viciously beautiful. He was in serious danger. Even if he had killed himself, he never would have thrown himself into the bay. Why not? I asked. Her anger faded. She uncrossed her legs and continued. As a child, he nearly drowned swimming in the bay. From then on, he'd been afraid of water. He never went swimming. He wouldn't even go to the beach for picnics. There's one more thing. I found this fax note in his desk when I went through his things. She slipped the note out of her bag and across my desktop. It read, Professor, you were right about these boys. They play for keeps. Watch your step. SF. Did you show this to Clemens? Yes, but he didn't consider it to be very important. He wasn't able to connect to anyone or anything. I just know whoever wrote this note knows what happened, and I'm willing to back up my belief. Miss Linsky's hand went back into her bag. This time it came out with $10,000. Cash. I sit straight up. This is my life savings, she says. I want you to find out the truth. If this is a suicide, I want to know. I will accept whatever evidence you can find, but if this is a murder, and I know it is, I want to know who did it and why. Her story wasn't convincing me that this was a murder, but it did pique my interest, my curiosity. So did her face, and her 10 Gs. Okay, I'll do some checking for you. Miss Linsky, suddenly cool, straightened her skirt and offered me her hand. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. I trust you will find the truth. She turned then and walked out of the office and left me staring at the 10 grand. There's a lot of money in advance, even for my rich clients. My gut feeling tells me something is wrong. Maybe I'm just too cynical. I scribble a note to my secretary. Dig up any and all information on Dr. Carl Linsky. I'll start my investigation in the morning. Well, like Professor jumps to his death, San Francisco. Police say prominent University of San Francisco professor Carl Linsky was found dead early Sunday after jumping from the Golden Gate Bridge. West Precinct Detective Steve Clemens said a witness allegedly saw Linsky jump from the bridge at about 11:20 Saturday night. Police divers located the body just before dawn, and Linsky was pronounced dead at the scene. A suicide note addressed to his daughter Sylvia was later found at his home. Linsky's fiancée, Dolores Lightbody, indicated that the professor had been under a great deal of stress recently and had taken a leave of absence from his teaching duties at the university. Funeral services will be at 10 a.m. Wednesday at the All Saints Church. Tex, you might be interested in this article in the paper. Vanessa, happy face. It's a piece of newspaper that I'm reading from the manual. Hey, Marcats! Alright, it's an interactive movie where you become the main character, Tex Murphy, a rugged, handsome private investigator with a typical PI mentality. Right. Oh. No, this is a graphical adventure. I'm just doing what the game is telling me to do, to read the manual actually. So I just read out the film noir style, the intro to the game. Too long didn't read version. Lady came to ask for help to find out if her father was murdered or if it really was suicide. That's it. And also gave us 10,000 in cash. This is gonna be interesting right from the get-go. Okay, getting started. Here's the information you have to begin the case. Here's the information you have to begin the case. There, pronunciation is vital. Karlinski is the professor who jumped to his death from the Golden Gate Bridge. He worked at the University of San Francisco. Sylvia Linsky is the person who hired you. She is Carl Linsky's daughter and lives at nav code 4421. University is 4663. John Richards is the medical examiner, office at 4670. Dolores Lightbody was Carl Linsky's fiancée. Lives at 94920. Steve Clements is the police detective in charge of the case, police station at 4680. Go visit these people or places and ask questions about names you found. Be sure to use people's full names. In addition to questioning them about other people, you should ask them about the following: MTC Core, Gideon Enterprises, Overlord, Passcard, Password, Nexus, Law and Order, Insurance. The following pages contain instructions on how to move around, question people, search rooms, etc. Please read carefully. Good luck. All right. Get this feeling. I'm gonna need my notebook. A pen! A kingdom for... Oh, there's a pen. There's... Oh, would you look at that? Ahem. Apparently, my old notepad was so old that the back just came off. The cardboard back just completely fell off. Well, that's garbage. Yep, that's exactly what's going to happen during this gameplay. These are old notes for the Dragon Sphere. No need for those. There's my other notepad. Let's see those codes again. Get the feeling these will not do. I need more information to write more information down. So. Da-da-da-da. No, it is not totally awkward to hold it while writing. Yabba-da-dee-ba-dee. Bruh. There, notes put down. Anything else that I might need to know? Yes, I am actually reading the manual because apparently it had lots of information that I needed. And yes, I actually would not have been able to play the game properly if I didn't get all this information. So it's a good thing I read the manual. Otherwise, it's just telling me, you know, regular stuff. Not so regular stuff. There are other stuff that might be actually useful for me. Hey, to be or not to be? Well, very to be right now. Actually, I can look at the manual if I need those. Okay. I think I need to refer to the manual a lot. Because there's some things that I might not remember. Alright. Well, if a push comes to shove, I'll go there. All these I can close. That I can turn off. About to be ready to play the game. All right, notebook is ready. Notes have been, important notes have been put down. So now I can start playing the game. Help available by pressing H. Let's press H. Ah, okay, good. Those are the exact things that were in the manual, so I don't need to go to the manual all the time. D to save load game. Okay, inventory is I. Phone Vanessa, phone Lee. Navigation computer. Inventory help, engine sound on off, bank control, auto pitch, autopilot toggle. Alright, so I can, everything is done in here when needed. Save game 0? Yes. I'm sure you Specky meant more, not M. Just a little bit of a typo there. Okay, now. Incoming fax. Alright. From Vanessa. Oh, here's that article on Linsky's death. And that's what I read. On space for more. Yeah, that's exactly the same. That was the news article in the manual that I read out already. Okay, now navigational. So, enter nav code. Nav code. Let's go to the university first. Seems like a good place to start. Destination locked. Autopilot. Whee! Don't know why I started singing breakdance music. Landing pad contact. To exit speeder, press E. University of San Francisco. The instructor's offices at the University of San Francisco are small cubicles attached to the main classroom areas. I walk down the corridor and find a door with Professor Linsky's name on it. I try the door, but it's locked. I pull out my private detective all-purpose door opening kit and quickly pop it open. I scan the office, but it looks like no one has been here for quite some time. There are miscellaneous notes on the desk and textbooks in a bookcase on the wall. I examine the notes, but they don't strike me as important to the case. An additional 5 to 10 minutes of searching produces nothing I can use. Nothing else to see or do at this location. Alright. Let's go to Richards. That's the medical examiner. Maybe he has some information about this suicide. Forgot to push A. At least we know that Tex Murphy supports Ukraine because of the Ukrainian flag colors. Also, what kind of Earth is this when the sky is red? You would think that we're on Mars, not San Francisco. Walking inside the medical examiner's office is a truly depressing experience. Long, cold, dark corridors and stainless steel utensils everywhere. They've got it so busy down here they've had to install a conveyor belt. I wonder how much longer I've got before the meat wagon brings me here. For I write down the disassembly line. John Richards, the ME, meets me in the examination room. He's pretty strange, but it would take someone who's pretty strange to do a job like this. Tell me about... Tell me about Linsky's death. Nothing odd about this one. He jumped off the bridge in massive shock when he hit, lungs filled with water, dead as a rock. I'll send you a copy of the autopsy report. Tell me about... Was John his first name? Shit. Manuel, help me. I forgot to write down his name. Gotta have the full name. After all. Steve. He's a good cop, even if I don't always approve of his methods. Tell me about Sylvia Linsky. Sorry, can't help you there. Tell me about... nice word. Suicide? Okay. An autopsy was performed on the body of Karl Linsky at the office of the medical examiner on the 21st day of December 2033. Caucasian male, 62, body is cool to the touch with fixed vigor in the extremities. A small burr hole in the skull indicates recent surgery. Structure at the base of brain intact. Neck shows massive damage to spinal cord caused by severe impact. The pulmonary system is purple and shows a large amount of blood and a frothy fluid in the chest and stomach. Death caused by massive shock and drowning. The time of death is estimated at between 10 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. September 20th. Dr. John Richards, San Francisco Medical Examiner. Well, it could be that he was hit in the neck by something heavy, and then he fell into the ocean. I mean, of course, the impact could have caused spinal cord damage, but it could be somebody just whack. Not ruling anything out. Nav code. Let's see. Automatic low. Destination locked. Engage. Wake me up when we're there. A very slow starting game. Dolores Lightbody lives in a well-kept Victorian house in a neighborhood filled with the houses of attorneys and bankers. I walk up to the front door and ring the bell. She answers the door. Miss Lightbody is not what I expected. She has the face of a saint. A Saint Bernard. What a beautiful lady. Look at that chin. Gorgeous. Carl was my fiance, and he had been quite upset lately. He was worried about the project he was working on. He wouldn't talk about it in specifics. Carl lived at 4660. Right. But he didn't work there. I think he had a lab somewhere in the city. His work must have been for the government because everything was top secret. Sylvia had never got along very well. When her father died, she was quite upset. She was even more upset when she talked to Peter Dull, the insurance agent. It seems the insurance company would not pay the $1 million. $1 million. All right. Peter Dull. Sounds like a character for Frankie Goes to Hollywood. I mean, one of the suspects is Mr. Dull. He's a prime suspect. Maybe Mr. Dull was the killer. because her father's death was declared a suicide. Tell me about this Peter doll. He was Car's insurance agent. He works at 5, 6, 7, 4. Okay. Tell me about. Tell me about yourself. I guess I'm just lucky to be beautiful, but don't try anything with me now because I'm too upset. Come back in a week or so. I don't think so. Suicide? Sorry, can't help you there. A question about the insurance? Carl had taken a life insurance policy out several months ago. He was worried about his health and wanted to leave his daughter something. Well, at least now we know that she or the daughter are not the killers. Because why would they want it to be a suicide? I mean, it should be more of an accident to get that money. So the money could have been a motivation, but making it suicide doesn't give them the money. Let's go to this Peter doll. Let's see what we can find out from him. It's a fascinating interface. It's a lot simpler. But pretty much they have kept the same type of aesthetic to the game when it comes to the later games. That you go from one place to another, you question people in various ways to get more clues and such. I mean, I have played later Tex Murphy games. I played Under a Killing Moon and Pandora Directive. I streamed them. Never played these original games. That's why I'm playing them now. So I want to find out how this all started and became such a great series. I mean, it's 6 games in the series in total now. It was a Mean Streets, then a Martian Memorandum, Under a Killing Moon, Mentor Directive, Overseer, and the latest one, Tesla Effect, which was like 3 years ago. Or was it 4? But still very recent. And that was like between Overseer and Tesla Effect, that was like a almost 20-year gap? 15 years at least? So yeah, quite a long time between games. Peter Dahl is the vice president of the Transamerica Insurance Company. Most insurance people aren't really exciting, but he's so boring, even looking at him could put you to sleep. I don't know. Mr. Linsky had taken an insurance policy out on himself in July. The amount of the policy was $1 million. As you're certainly aware, there is a clause in the life insurance policies that in the event of a suicide, the policy is null and void. Sylvia Linsky demanded that her father's insurance be paid, but the policy becomes void in the case of a suicide. I told her we were sorry, but nothing could be done. She screamed, "We'll see about that," and stormed out of my office. Okay. Now it really seems like Sylvia is after that money. Dolores Light Bunny, not only has she kept her girlish figure, she's doubled it. I see. Okay. Nope. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's head off to Linsky's private home. See if we can find some clues. Very close by, apparently. And we are already there. Just down the street, pretty much. Do you really need to go to the altitude of 11,000 before landing? I mean, we just moved the point 50 miles, so half a mile. Shouldn't be taking this long to go half a mile. There weren't even any houses in the way. The 3-story Queen Anne-style home of Professor Karl Linsky has been well kept. I step inside and notice the quaint style of furniture and decor. Ooh! I can actually move around. The fax machine is operational. Move the man using cursor keys. If press enter appears in lower window, press enter to bring up the search system. You cannot move the man while in the search system. Press B to go back to the man. Use up or down to select an item. Oh, it's up and down, okay. A fax, dear Professor. Looking forward to our date Saturday. Love, Sandra Larson. What the fuck is Sandra Larson? Was he too timing on? Dolores? The thought plickens, everybody. You scan the bookcase and nothing seems out of the ordinary. Standard oak and metal entry table with a fax machine. Can we open it? It doesn't seem to want to open. Looks like a light switch. The bar appears to be well stocked. There's a cabinet door. Cabinet door to the bar. Okay. A shoebox. A small shoebox is inside the cabinet. I really don't see a need for that. I'll open it. Okay. There, I got papers. The Jack Daniels whiskey bottle is half full. Can we take it? Okay, good. I don't want to taste it. I just wanted it for myself. The couch is an antique 1960s contemporary style. The coffee table is made of brushed aluminium. The chessboard is set up with all the pieces except one. A bishop is missing. The handwritten note says, I'm going to get you for failing me, Linsky. A miniature palm tree mutation is set in the corner. Solid oak cabinet. The painting is an antique landscape. People used to buy these at Kmart. The door is oak with a small round knob. Psychology textbook written by Karl Linsky. A page is marked. File cabinet key. You open the book to the page marked and see what appears to be a combination to a safe. At least it wasn't 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Executive swivel chair. Small desk key is on the seat of the chair. Okay. The display cabinet is protected by a magnetic field. You notice 2 slot screws partially hidden and surmise that you could shut down the field if you had a slot screwdriver. Inside the case is the historical artifact, the Maltese fruitcake. Carbon dated as the oldest fruitcake in existence. It dates back to 16th century Europe. Nobody wanted to eat it then either. Value $4,000. A trash can sits on the floor next to the desk. The lease is for space in the Bridgeview warehouse located in San Francisco. Hello there, Gypsy Claw. What happened to the film noir jams? There aren't any. The note is a handwritten letter to Dolores Lightbody. It says, Dolores, I'm calling our relationship off. It has nothing to do with Sandra Larson. I just know there are other whales in the sea and I... Brushed aluminium work desk. Desk side drawer. Okay. A 2-inch digital audio tape. The grade sheet is for an advanced psychology course. The name of one student is circled. Blaze Wiener. The grade it received is an E. I wonder if it's supposed to be pronounced Wiener. Sure, spelled Wiener. Looks like a modern digital audio tape player. Can I take it? It appears to be securely fastened down. Can I open it? You tried to pry it open, but it's no use. On and off. You slip the tape you found in the desk into the tape player. The voice on the tape cries out, "They're in my head, they're in my head."
They're in my head, they're in my head.
Yeah, see?
They're in my head, they're in my head.
Damn. The light on the left looks like it's lit up, but there's something about it. We are Columbo. Sort of. Kind of. I guess I can't look at the lamp. Yeah, that's weird. Now the light is on, but it's not illuminating. While these are off, and they shouldn't be illuminating. There's nothing wrong with the left side lamp. Hey, don't you be dissing my boy, Tex Murphy. He's awesome. Well, let's see. Let's go to the warehouse. 4675. Destination locked. Off we go. I wonder what we're going to find in the warehouse. Better be something very important there. And who should I go and talk to about this Sandra Larson and Blaze Wiener?
Yep.
How many of you are fascinated by this story already? It's a shame that it doesn't really have that much of in-game music. Maybe I should turn on, like, give it a film noir feel by playing some Grim Fandango music. Strength ammunition? Whoa, what the? Walk forward, cursor right, crouch down, space fire, run away, ask help. The object is to cross to the other side. How many did they put out here? God damn. Did I make it? Not yet. Oh man, I heard. I stepped to the fog-shrouded street into the warehouse that Linsky rented. It's an old brick building located near the docks. The smell of the ocean has been absorbed into the wooden beams and walls, and the atmosphere is heavy and damp. And the floor is cement, and every time I take a step, the whole area reverberates. It's dark inside, the only lighting being a panel of frosted glass and windows up near the roof line. I can barely make out what appears to be a small area closed off from the rest of the building. I walk over and check it out. Hey, Bannigan. The forklift is old and appears to be in poor condition. A large rat trap looks well used. Okay. Large crates sit on the floor. One crate has an uneven hole near the floor. The hole is small and appears to have been jaggedly cut. Can I open it? You try, but it just won't budge. Doesn't seem to want to open. The large machine is called an alpha wave processor. You carefully examine the trays but find nothing out of the ordinary. Except ammunition. 100 rounds of ammunition. Newspaper. Article circled on the death of noted scientist Cal Davis. Death caused by an accident in his lab. A standard-size office desk. The fax machine is operational. The message reads, Professor, they're on to you. I suggest you disappear fast. The name at the bottom of the fax message is Sonny Fletcher. All right. The computer won't operate without a pass card. Standard laser printer. Bought some Dr. Pepper cream soda, but don't know where the cream is. Smells like bitter almond, though. Standard middle office desk. Side desk drawer with handle. Okay. Gold pocket watch, antique, street value $600. A check ledger, last deposit from MTC Corporation. Last check to Sonny Fletcher, private investigator. Alright. Metal cabinet door with a round knob. Pepto-Bismol. The bottle is half full. Get it. Johnson & Johnson assorted edible band-aids. What? Excuse me? You get the can of assorted band-aids that contained a Nexus pass card. The radiation pills have an expiration date of 2011. They are a relic of an earlier era. I'll still take them. Never know. Calendar. Picture of farm, 2033. The date October 3rd and 2033 circled. Word written above the date circled, Doomsday. Alright. A standard black metal file cabinet. A 60-inch circulation fan. Can I get it? It appears to be securely fastened. File drawer with a handle. Using the key you found in Linsky's home, you open the file cabinet drawer. A list of scientists that may be working on Overlord. John Klaus, Maurice Gribble, David Pugh. A lady came to Tex Murphy. Her father was she thinks that her father was murdered, even though it was pointed towards suicide. And it seems like he was actually murdered because he was working on some science project that was very, very hush-hush. So right now I'm just looking into it all to see what I can find. A large old-fashioned black floor safe. It's locked and you don't have the key. Yes, but I have the combination. If I could use the combination. You carefully examine the crates but find nothing out of the ordinary. It's too high to reach. You'd need a ladder. It's too high to reach it. You'd need a ladder. Alright. Move. It appears to be securely fastened down. Get. You couldn't possibly pick this up. Open. How do I open this then? How do I open the safe when I have... Sure, sounds like a perfectly normal thing to do. How can I get to my inventory? Apparently I can't. Okay, guess I can't open it then, even with the combination that I have. He tried to kill me with the forklift. You carefully examine the crates but find nothing out of the ordinary. A can of 3-1 oil. The key to a safe is on a crate. Okay, so that's the one I needed. An aluminum step ladder. A small storage shelf. A piece of masking tape says a blue bishop. I really don't see a need for that. It's an adventure game. You need tape. There, I got a step ladder. Now I can get up to those boxes. Several boxes are stacked on crates, and the box on top is partially open. Cardboard shipping box from England. Using the stepladder, you open the box. An antique lamp inside the box has a street value of $1,500. A life insurance policy from the Transamerica Insurance Company on Carl Linsky. Face value is $1 million. Sylvia Linsky is the beneficiary. I'm sure I got everything out of there. Let's save the game. Cheers. Now let's navigate to... Where should we go? Where should we go? Let's go to Sylvia's. Haven't gone there yet. I got a lot of questions for her. Now that I found so many things. Yeah, it kind of is. I wonder where Gabriel is. Probably him. 2033, this is 11 years in the future. But if I remember correctly from the later games, there was a nuclear holocaust in the late 90s. Or early 2000s. So... I mean, pretty much is that the San Francisco area especially and many other places are just highly contaminated with radiation. But people still can live in these areas, and he does. These are all adventure film and noir adventure games. Yeah, we'll have flying cars in 11 years. Yep. The bell chimed inside, and after a moment, Sylvia opened the door. She wore a pale blue blouse and white shorts that were short enough to be friendly. She was as beautiful as ever, with her soft blonde hair and clear blue eyes. I knew I was starting to fall for her. Careful, I reminded myself, she's a client, and falling for a client is dangerous in my business. Still, if only I knew how she felt for me. Now that I think about it, with the later games, Sylvia is the one he falls for. Okay, let's ask about your father. He was happy at the USF, and then he took a leave of absence to do some consulting work, and his whole personality changed. I'm sure he was in some sort of trouble because of this. I don't believe he committed suicide. I've lost both my father and the insurance money. I'm going to find out why. If you need to look through his apartment, it's located at the 4660. Already been there. Insurance. What? Are you thinking I might have killed my father for the insurance money, aren't you? I'm not going to deny that I could use $1 million, but I honestly believe that my father was murdered, and if he was, I'm entitled to the money. But if you investigate his death and you're convinced it is a suicide, I'll accept your findings. Dolores Lightbody. Dolores and my father had talked about getting married. I always felt she had seduced him by black magic because there was no other way my father would have fallen for a woman like her. Since some of you guys haven't seen her, she is a very eccentric looking woman. Let's see, Sandra Larson.
My father had taken her out several times. I was glad to see him with someone other than that pig Dolores. When Dolores found out, she was fit to be roasted.
I might have to go ask her about this. Sunny Fletcher. Cannot help. How about the Blaze Weeder? Cannot help. How about Peter Doll?
Peter Doll is a pompous ass.
Pompous ass!
Woohoo! World 15, everybody!
Oh, I opened the safe already. Don't worry about that.
John Klaus. I remember him. He and my father were friends several years ago. They had a falling out over the mountain Dolores.
Really? Alright, how about Maurice Gerber? And David Pope. How about Cal Davis? Nope. How about October 3? No? Doomsday. How about MTC Corporation? Nope. Pass card. How about a password? No. Oh, not just a Nexus pass card. All right. Ask about the warehouse. No, can't help. Do I have anything else to talk about? No. All right. Time to go to the detective. He's the only one that I haven't visited. Take me to the police, please. 4680. The cool thing about the later games, they're FMV games. So we see people acting. And they actually have some big names in the games. Like, Under the Killing Moon has James Earl Jones. James Earl Jones. I see his face, can't remember his name. Marco Kidder was also in a small role. Actually, Marco Kidder was in a Pandora Directive. There in Under a Killing Moon there was acting, but they improved in the next game. They had the same actors and they were acting. But trust me, with several, at least there was one especially in Under a Killing Moon that I especially loved because he was like, now if you need to go to the place where this is happening, he was so much reading from a prompt that was right under the camera. I mean, it was just like this. I'm looking and then he was acting during it. I mean, you can see his eyes shift. And his acting was also great. Because he was such a monotone actor. Like, he tried to put emotion into it. But it kind of either fell down or was too high. It was awesome. He was my favorite character in the whole game. Hey, Mark. I really should replay those games. They were great. I enter the West Precinct station near the Bay Bridge. Walking down a narrow corridor, I see a number of posters in support of the Law and Order political party. I find the office of Police Detective Steve Clements and walk in. Clements greets me with his usual belligerency. What do you want, Seamus? He snarls. That's a detective? Couldn't find a smaller hat?
Okay, let's start with the topic. What are you interested in him? No, I get it. His daughter wasn't happy with our investigation. She's knocking the hell out of cops over a simple suicide. Well, she's wasting your time and her money. We've got a witness named Bash Daggett. Alright. Quatrain. Bash. Dago. Who saw him jump off the bridge. He even left a suicide note. He hands me the copy. The note reads, Sylvia, I'm too tired and too sick of living. Please forgive me, Dad. How much more proof does that girl need? Yeah, he doesn't look like a detective. He looks more like a henchman for a mob boss that's being sent out on the streets to go, hey, I gotta talks to you. Okay, so here's the deal. If you don't got the money, I'm gonna break your kneecaps. Okay? That style of a look. Tell me about Overlord. Alright, and tell me about suicide. Nope. Tell me about Dash Dagat. I'm afraid the nicest thing I can say about the god is that he is the ultimate low-life scumbag. You'll find it past the Mission District. Use a 4, 6, 5, 7. Tell me about Dolores Lightbody. Dolores, I never understood what Karolinsky saw in her. If she were building, she'd be condemned. Harsh, but true. How about Count Davis? How about Blaze Weeder? How about the Peter Doll? How about Jan Klaus? Klaus and Linsky used to work together. They had a falling out over Miss Lightbody. I don't think Klaus ever forgave Linsky for taking his woman. Sunny lecture. Hey, Gabriel. Did I ask about Cal Davis already? Nope. I guess I did, but... tell me about Sylvia Linsky. She says strong and thinks she knows everything, but she's a good-looking dame, that's for sure. I've heard that she's a bit frisky, so watch yourself. He's so dull he can't even attain a doubt. Alright, let's go. We got another new place to go. Save the game. Milf. Navigations, take me to the place I want. 4, 6, 5, 7. Hey, pom 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 pox. Bum 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 pox. Anybody want some delightful cola? Yes, I'm not drinking Pepsi Max. What a shock. This is what I'm drinking. Sugar-free cola. Season special. Ginger. Yeah, ginger cola from Freeway. This is a Lidl product. They're seasonal. As you can tell, their winter seasonal drink, ginger. And the other one that they have is cinnamon. But the cinnamon is not as good as I would have thought. It's not as spicy as cinnamon should be. It's got the cinnamon taste, but it's dulled by the cola. But this ginger, this is good. I have not played any of them except I backed the Tesla Effect on a Kickstarter a decade ago. Nice. I have played Under a Killing Moon and the Pandora Directive. Great games.
So I decided, now it's time to go back, time to go to the beginning of the whole thing. Play the first game. Oh boy. Whoop! Let go too early. Oh, that hurt a lot. There we go. They weren't kidding about this being a rough neighborhood. Blown out, wasted buildings are occupied by the bottom rung of society. You'd have to have a jungle mentality to survive here. I find a suitable place to wait. I'm hoping to see the guy who witnessed Molinsky's suicide. Clements showed me a mugshot of Daggett, whom he described as the ultimate lowlife scumbag. I finally see the guy. Looking at him quickly dispels the myth that a little inbreeding never hurt anyone. Tell me about yourself. My time's valuable. I don't give anything for free. I get the feeling that this is the first character I need to bribe. What's your offer? How about 200? Thanks, buddy. I'll tell you what I know. Good. You got a daughter or relative you'd like to line me up with? Tell me about the suicide. Alright, Carl Linsky. Stick it, fish face. I'll offer you $100 for it. Is this a joke? Hey, Lisa. No time for diplomacy. I threaten to bash and crack heads if I don't get the right information. I slam my fist into his soft, flappy stomach and he buckles over. I then catch his chin with a solid haymaker that sends him staggering back against the wall. Okay, that's enough. I'll talk. Yeah, I saw the old Grizzers jump, but the whole incident was outrageously bizarro. The old geek walks by like the dawn of the dead. Then when he was about 30 feet past me, he climbs over the barrier and nosedives into the bay. The amped old buzzard didn't even hesitate. Huh. Yeah, that was Chris Jones, the person who writes these games. He plays Tex Murphy as well. Not a paid actor or anything, he just plays the role. And in the later games where they are FMV games, he's actually really good. Well, money didn't solve anything, so I need to punch a face. Yeah, this is 89. It shows in the stream title. I put in this, these days I'm putting the date of the game in the stream title. If anybody wonders, when was this made? There it is. 1989. This was on the Commodore 64 as well, apparently. Yeah. So it was a suicide. Well, not really. I mean, the daughter hired us to find out if it was a suicide or murder. And judging from his current current explanation, it seems like he might have been drugged. So it's more like a murder than suicide. I don't think I'm going to get any more information out of him. Unless... Sunny flip. Alright. Now, where could we go?
Sitä me ollaan yrittämässä tässä selvittää, Beneken kulta. Yritämme selvittää, että oliko se murha vai ei. Tällä hetkellä monet asiat osoittaa, kyllä, oli murha. Täytyy vaan löytää, kuka sen teki ja mikä oli motivaatio sen takana. Se on se suuri mysteeri.
No, this is Earth. We're in San Francisco. Don't ask me why the sky is red. Although I kinda do know. Must be the glow of the killing moon. Oh, actually, radiation. According to this world, there was a nuclear holocaust of a kind and destroyed pretty much half of the Earth. And many places became irradiated, including the San Francisco Bay. People can live in these areas, and it's just all crummy and awful. Well, you know, low rent. Now let's go and talk to this beautiful lady. And when I say beautiful lady, I mean put your sunglasses on. Alright, tell me about John Close. Carl and John Close were part of this once. I was dating John at the time, but when I met Carl, I fell head over heels in love with the little cutie. When I told John, he flew into a rage and vowed never to work with Carl again. I saw him from time to time, but lately he's been acting very strange. He believes he is in danger. He's hiding out in Reno, Nevada, right now. Oh. 7012. All right. She doesn't have a double chin. She has about 7. No, that's a double chin. It's just 1 chin, 2 chin. And you can grab that and flip it around. You know, like a chicken waddle. Not anything about Maurice Gribble. No. How about Overlord? No. How about Bash Daggett? Nope. How about Sonny Fletcher? Nope. How about Sandra Larson? She's a no-good tramp who tried to steal Carl from me. Ah, that face. Look at that face. She angry, yo. What about MTC Corporation? No, nothing. How about insurance? Carl had taken an insurance policy out several months ago. It was worried his health and he wanted to leave his daughter something. Yeah, I'll write about that already. Don't think I have anything else. Not the missus, just a miss. She was dating the victim. All right, let's go to this new location then. Save the game. Yes. Navigation. 70. 12. Engage. Full speed ahead. Oh, by the way, I can now happily say that because of all the lovely donations and we met the goal for the donation, I have finally paid the bill. That burden is off my shoulders. I can finally sleep. I can finally sleep and have no fucking pressure on my shoulders anymore. So Gabriel, pretty much when you thought that I'd been, not well or anything, it's been the whole bill situation. Just being the cause of it. Every day I'm being just super tired. Even though I've slept like 6 hours or so every night and slept well, during the day I just get, at some point it becomes like, just no energy. Even during the streams, I just suddenly feel like, oh no, energy fall. But I just wake myself up like, get up, you're streaming, don't fall asleep now. Alright, let's see if we can find this John Klaus. I arrive in Reno at a small office complex. The building is fairly new, being designed in the post-nuclear period. As I walk in, I see a gray-haired man about 50 sitting at a large table. Professor Klaus? The man looks up with a shocked look. How did you find me? He says. It's my business finding people. I give him my credentials and background on the Linsky case. Carl and I used to work together, but we had a falling out over Miss Lightbody. She was my chick and he took her away. He had tried to get in touch with me, but I wouldn't return his calls. I'm sorry to hear about his death. Dolores? What can I say other than she's a babe? The chick can really move on the dance floor. Oh, not judging your taste in women. Not at all. Go for it, man. I mean, she's free now. Maybe she'll take you back in. You never know. Little Sylvia, she's Carl's daughter. I imagine she's grown up by now. Tell me about Maurice Riddle. Alright, tell me about Overlord. I was told that Overlord was a project designed to enhance an executive's mental capacity and performance. But as the project progressed, I grew suspicious. When I started asking questions, I was threatened. I figured it was time to go underground for a while. Question about Sunny Fletcher. Can't help. How about the Sandra Larson? Can't help. Nope. Nexus pass card. I was given a Nexus terminal, a pass card, and a password by MTC to work on Overlord. This allowed me to access the central computer. Password? My password is pawn. Question. MTC Corporation. I was hired by MTC, which is the Management Training Center for Gideon Enterprises. They put me to work on a project called Overlord. I soon discovered that my work has nothing to do with management training. Gideon Enterprises. Gideon Enterprises is the parent company of MTC, but I'm not sure of the true relationship. Don't mind me just spamming happy emos that it's over, though. Not like, yay, no sleep or anything. And this looks like a guy who would be in the same soap opera as Spicky's Discord avatar. You mean Don Johnson? Looks like Mark Hamill. Yeah, has a little bit of resemblance. Yeah, it's Don Johnson from Miami Vice. Oops. Well, I'm trying to find out, Bennigan. That's what I'm trying to find out. Yeah, edible band-aids. It's just, ugh. That was pretty much my reaction as well, Gabriel, when I read it. Like, edible band-aids? Ew. But hey, it's the future. Maybe they work. It's like a stim pack, you just eat it. And once it's digested, it'll start healing you faster. Who knows? Unless that band-aid, edible band-aid is for stomach aches, because I got it with Pepto-Bismol. Edible band-aids for ulcers? I don't think that's how it works. It will be the same as you swallow a freaking staple gun to try to fix the ulcer. And just swallow it and then... There, it's fixed now. There. Now the code for Karlinski, we're gonna go to his home first. I was imagining the worst possible case, a regular band-aid that you then eat after peeling off. I mean, it's a crap sack future, so you don't have to waste anything. Ugh. Very vomit-inducing. Also, these are my notes. This is what I've been writing down. This is what it looks like. Pretty much all over the place. And also, Gabriel, would you believe that I actually read the manual? Only for one reason. The game told me to. And in the manual is actually the backstory for this game. It had the scene of Sylvia Linsky entering the office. And the conversation happening. This game just starts with the text coming out of the office, and then the game tells you, read the manual. And I did. Read the manual, drinking other than Pepsi. Who is this man playing here? Exactly. Who are you and where's the real Spidey? I am Spider-Man and... Did he even have a computer in here? Oh yeah, I could get the statue if I did have a screwdriver. Right. Tap dancing shoes. Clickety clackety. Is interplanetary travel possible with this vehicle? Well, interplanetary is what we're doing right now. Because inter means inside the... But no, we cannot go to space. Just a flying car. Not a spaceship. Just a car, like in Blade Runner. Intergalactic, planetary, intergalactic. Oh yeah, there was nothing in there. Where the fuck do I go then? I'm sure I found... Oh yeah, the warehouse. That's it. The warehouse had the computer. Or... Now, cross-planetary would be between the planets. That was a piss poor 2 out of 10 on burp scale. Yeah, definitely. Gingery. That's better. I already made the joke that Tex Murphy supports Ukraine. There's the computer. I was wondering about why it seemed like I didn't have any extra ammunition. I forgot to pick it up. Insert the blue pass card. Pass card verified. Input blue password. Password acknowledged. Yes! I'm good at video games! Or at least puzzles. Project notes. C. Linsky. I'm frustrated with our attempts to find the other scientists working on this project. So far, we have only put together a small list of possible colleagues, and SF is not convinced that all scientists are naive about Overlord. SF? Sonny Fletcher, the PI? Also, that was 10th of September. Yeah, September. No. August 10th. And that's September 1st. I have discovered that in order to stop the project, I will need to obtain all of the passcards and their passwords, but what to do once I've obtained them is unclear. September 10th. SF believes that once a scientist is through with his particular phase of work on Project Overlord, he's eliminated. 16th. I've completed my work on Overlord a week ago, but I'm still uneasy. I'm going to take my concerns to J. St. Gideon, the former president of Gideon and MTC Corporation. I have had severe headaches throughout the day. Something is wrong inside my head. I'm doing things that make no sense to me. I must try to... Huh. Just turned on the printer and fax machine in order to see if I can actually print this text. So that was September 20th when he started to have headaches throughout the day. And he must try to and couldn't write anything else. Curiouser and curiouser. Huh. I don't think there was anything else around here that I might have missed. I have the possible Nexus system password to be decoded. Holy shit. That's a lot of codes. They're just anagrams. The first one is bishop and then it's queen. It's all just chess terms of all kinds. I already said, Pom Pom Pox, these are chess terms. I mean, there's some bishop, queen, then there's pawn, king, rook, checkmate, stalemate, knight, black, white. But there's some words that I don't know what they are, so I need to figure those out, what they could be. But it's mostly chess terms. That must be dragon. That's pong. That's a castle. There's two words that I don't know what they are. I guess the ones that are. I mean, he said that his was John Klaus's is pawn, which is the napper in the list, and Carl's was bishop, which is the first one. So I'm guessing the passwords are chess pieces. And everything else that is not a chess piece or is just a chess term are not the passwords. Really seems like we're playing a game of chess here. We just gotta outsmart the bad guys. Let's check the Sonny Fletcher. The thought indeed has plickened. Let's go to the police station. Maybe the detective can give me some information about all these names that I've gathered so far. I played chess with my grandfather back in the day, but I was never good at it. Still not good at it. Where do I use that freaking safe code? Still haven't found a safe where I could use that code. Any idea for the lacing code? I forgot the rest of the scrambled word. It was lacing 12. Stonewall. That's what it is. Stonewall. So that's Pong, Dragon, Stonewall. Stonewall. So the only one that I cannot figure out is BMG TAI. BMG TAI. My dad and I played chess on occasion just for a laugh. We both sucked at it. One time we ended up at a stalemate with pretty much just 2 kings left on the board. How did you manage to do that? A lot of the police officers think that law and order party is just what the city needs, but that outfit scares me. Fletcher? Yeah, heard of him. He used to be on the force. I think he's a PI now. How about... Yep. Hello, Zelda. Hey, Kildor. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Yeah, he's been playing Duke Nukem and head in the project. Already solved except for one, Zelda. I mean, there were 7. I have solved pretty much all of them except for one, but I don't think it's a. That one is not a chess term. I mean, amongst all of these, there were also Dragon, Pong, and well, stonewalling is a term in chess, I think. Everything else was easy. Just one missing, which I can't figure out. My grasp of the English language is not strong enough for me to understand what this is supposed to be. I really like this game, but I autopiloted the flying bits. I've been autopiloting all the time. Because I know I would get lost. Okay, the letters are, Zelda. The letters are B, M, G, T, A, I. Well, Sharian got them just AI in the wrong order, but otherwise those are the letters. B, M, G, T, A, I. That's the anagram. Have at it. Well, I ask about stuff. I've really been liking this game. Want the answer? Yes. If you know what, give it. Because everything else I already figured out. Gambit, of course. Our Frenchmen throwing cards. What else could I... Do you know anything about Overlord? No. Can I question you about Gideon Enterprises? No. How about J. Saint Gideon? Nope. 800. Thanks for the host, Kilgore. If you're wondering what I'm looking at here, it's my notes. This is what I'm looking at on the side here. An A4 grid filled. I mean, just a moment ago, I just wrote all those chess words down here. As you can see, they're all down here. This is how you play these games. You take a notebook and you write down stuff. Okay, let's see. I mean, this detective doesn't really have any info that I could use right now. Where could I go next? Who can I ask? Save the game, yes. Let's go visit our beautiful friend again. Nope, forgot. First this. 4, 9, 2, 2. Oh, at least the autopiloting makes a, good time for checking out all of your notes. I actually should go to the coroner, to the medical examiner. He might give some information about Cal Davis. Ugh. And thank you for the host, 100. Maths are designed to break your brain, so that's a normal reaction. Language and especially scrambling words is something I do all the time, but ask me to solve a simple math problem and my brain seeps out of my ear. Same here. Usually I'm good with anagrams. I love anagrams. They're fun. The flight controls in this are pretty detailed, like in a old flight simulator. Yeah, you can check them by pressing H. They're right there. Very easy. Barely an inconvenience. You can warp, and I can also phone Vanessa and Lee. I don't even know who Lee is. Maybe I should phone them. But I just press A. Vanessa is our secretary. And she's the one I should be asking about the Sonny Fletcher and others.
Yeah?
Speech. Find out about Sonny Fletcher.
Can't help you there.
Okay. How about J. Saint Gideon?
Can't help you there.
Vanessa, you're supposed to help look at. I'm telling you to find out about stuff, and you're supposed to go do it and find out, and later tell me that you haven't found anything about. Not just tell me that I can't help you there. Ugh. Do you even know how to do your job?
I'll check it out.
Thanks. That's exactly the kind of answer I wanted to hear.
Can't help you there.
Well, I'm trying to exit. Alright, let's check out Lee. Whoever Lee is.
What do you need, Murphy?
I need to take my jaw off the ground again. There. Kind of reminds me of Michelle Yeoh for some reason. Can you tell me anything about Sonny Fletcher?
What's it worth?
$500.
It's worth more.
Shit. 1,000?
That seems fair.
Processing fax. Estimated arrival 151. Alright. Thanks. Oh, it's in 2 minutes. We'll just sit here. This is cool. Did I ever realize that that's how you use those? To your advantage. There it is. That's from Vanessa. Santa Laura's San Francisco address is 4599. Yes, it's 4599. All right. Thank you, Vanessa. Actually. Is that your second secretary? No, I think Lee is a information broker. Because I had to pay for the information.
There's nothing in our files.
Alright. How about Cal Davis?
Look for my fax.
Oh yeah, I did get the fax from her. The Dewey. Anything else that I could? How about the Gideon Enterprises?
Look for my fax.
Okay. MTC Corporation?
Look for my fax.
Overlord. The Overlord.
There's nothing in our files.
Alright. Thanks. Incoming fax. This is from Lee, I'm sure. Sonny Fletcher stays at some rundown apartment in LA. Try 5170. 5170. How many of you actually use pen and paper anymore? Especially for situations like this. Hello, beautiful lady. I'm here to talk to you about Gideon Blaze Leader. Sonny Fletcher. No. MTC Corporation. Overlord. Alright, you got nothing. Now let's go towards the new lady. The new location. Incoming fax. Alright. Here's a newspaper article I found in a Santa Barbara paper on Cal Davis. A noted scientist, Cal Davis, was found dead in his Santa Barbara home. Okay, Cal Davis. I'll put his name over here so I can write these down. 3720. Saturday. Cal Davis, who coincidentally had been a professor at the University of California at Davis, died of an overdose of cyanide 631. Huh. According to police detective Smiley Monroe of the Santa Barbara Police Department, Smiley Monroe. Smiley Monroe sounds like a henchman's name more than a police officer's. 3614. Dr. Davis must have accidentally grabbed a flask of cyanide 631 instead of the Diet Coke sitting next to it. Although Diet Coke and cyanide have some similar properties. Do they? The main ingredient of cyanide is toxic and killed Mr. Davis within minutes. A close friend, Aaron Sternwood, discovered Dr. Davis on his laboratory floor. I can't believe it. He had never drank poison before. What a big surprise. He should try to be more careful, says the guy about a dead man. When I found him, he was gasping for breath. He mumbled some chest term, and then he was gone, said Sternwood. Funeral services are pending. Mumbled some chest term. So one of these chess terms, like checkmate or stalemate or something else, is important of a password. Gotta remember that. I mean, I knew that would be important after all, but now it becomes even more important. The MTC Core is the management training center and a subsidiary of a larger corporation called Gideon Enterprises. Here's a newspaper article I found on them. Gideon Enterprises, a local San Francisco corporation, 4650. Gideon Int 4650. Has announced that they have received a $500 million government contract to develop 3 new surveillance satellites for the government. Gideon specializes in the development of high-tech computer and electronic surveillance equipment. The company was founded in 1997 by Jane St. Gideon. Mr. Gideon is now retired and has turned the reins over to Mr. Frank Schimming, who is president and chairman of the board. Frank Schimming. Now there's an evil man's name, if I've ever heard one. Definitely evil. Because he's Frank. All right. Oh. You sent me the information twice. I mean, that's the same information I just read. All right. All right. Where am I? Ah, I'm supposed to autopilot. That's what I'm supposed to do. Just noticed that there's the distance. I was still at the old place. Now we're going to Sandra Larson's location. So much information all at once. I had to write down so much that I'd forgotten where I was going. Can you guys see how much I've written down? So much information. Just lots of text. I wonder if we end up broke at the end of this game. According to later games, yes. Yep. She looks like Murphy from RoboCop. I'm sure you mean the other police officer, because RoboCop is Murphy. Alex Murphy, RoboCop. I'm sure you're talking about his lady partner. I can't remember her name, the character's name. Damn it. And I've seen RoboCop 1,000 times. I need to see RoboCop. That's it. Movie night. We're watching Commando and RoboCop. Two really gory, bloody action movies that I love. How about that? Lewis. That's it. Lewis. Anne Lewis. I find Sandra Larson at a local pub. She's an extremely attractive woman in her late 20s. I can see why Linsky started to date her. Linsky. Carl Linsky. Age 62. Carl Linsky.
Carl and I started dating about 2 months ago. I was heartbroken when I heard about his death.
Yeah, you look like it. Sylvia Linsky.
I like Sylvia. She's a nice kid. She can be a little wild, though.
You calling her a kid when she is as old as you? I mean, she might be even older than you. Kid.
Dolores was Carl Linsky's girlfriend, but he had grown tired of her. Carl started dating me and said he was going to call their engagement off. Carl was worried about telling her because she had quite a temper.
Suicide. Insurance. John Klaus. MTC Corporation.
It's supposed to be a management training center for employees of Gideon, but I suspect there's more to it than that. They've hired a number of tough scientists. I don't know what they've been doing, but I'm sure they're not management consultants.
Gideon Enterprises. Yep. Gideon Enterprises. There. No, nothing. Okay. Next. Frank Schimming.
He's the head of Gideon Enterprises. He's an arrogant SOB. I heard he once stuck a live bunny in the paper shredder.
Total. J. Saint Gideon.
He was president of Gideon Enterprises at one time. I heard him tell Schimming he'd get even with him someday.
Do you know Blaze Wiener? No. How about Cal Davis? No. How about Peter Dull? No. How about... Tell me about yourself.
I'm doing fine now, but Carl's death is still a shock.
I have a good old code notebook in use for the notes about games, codes, maps, hints, and stuff. I'm using paper to solve puzzles or track information. It's easier than alt-tabbing and opening a text files. Also, I can draw stuff as well if I need to. Exactly. That's why you use pen and paper. So much more convenient. Although my friend has a tough tablet that you can doodle on and might replace the paper. 600 euro paper though. Yeah, the paper doesn't need batteries. You could have paper with electric ink with like that child's doodle board. Etch a sketch. I don't think she'll give me any other information. Big guys, nude freaks, totally awesome. I'll take your word for it. Alright, let's see, where should we go next? I'm gonna go to the next location. Let's go to Cal Davis's place. Let's see what we can find there. First Cal Davis's place, and then I'll visit the detective, Smiley Monroe. So many names to ask about. Almost there. That's a little bit more. You could have gone a little bit faster there, Tex. Maybe I should try flying there myself when we go towards Smiley Monroe, just to see if I can do it. Just curious. There, game saved. Now I can go get some food. 'Cause I am hungry. I needed the food. So let's take a break, everybody. It's dinner time. You know what that means. It means get out of here. Stretch your legs. Go to the bathroom. Get snacks. Or whatever you want. Do whatever you want. I'm just giving you good advice, that's all. At least I'm gonna go to the bathroom and that stuff. What should I eat? That is the question. I have an idea. I'm gonna make myself some soup. Some noodle soup. Noodle soup in a cup. Enough water. Perfect.
I'll tell you guys once the soup is done, what kind of soup it is. Also gotta make some room. Because I don't want the notebook to be all ruined. It means kitties, that also, yeah. We will see some cats once I come back from the bathroom. Undertale music, huh? Yes, it is soupy like the hop. But I'll be right back. Enjoy the music. Lemminkuppi, kyllä. Lemminkuppia ja nuudeleita. Oh, hello everybody. I'm back.
What if it shows? Nope. I might have to. You can just barely see the edge of it, that there's noodles and soup in there.
It's a combination of two different bags. Two different bags. It's so the whole combination with the noodles is tomato and basil with blue cheese. It's like these powders with the stuff in it, and also the tomato and basil also has small bread cubes, the croquettes in it. Is that what do you call them again? I've looked it up before. Croutons, that's it. Croutons, yes. Croutons or brittles. Crouton, brittle, whichever you want to call it. But that's what they have. They're just really small because it's a small bag. But it's a thing that has been around for a long while here. You just put them in a cup, add water, and there you got the warm soup as a... usually they're just, you know, like between meals, a snack if you need, or just a quick lunch. But what I do is just add 2 bags of them together and noodles, and I have noodle soup. And they have so many different flavors for this. But making them into a noodle soup, so it was a great idea that I thought of at some point. Like, just put a bag of instant noodles in there, and they'll get soft enough when you start eating the soup. It was like, Eureka! This is great! And that's what I've always done. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a cup with a soup. Ei oo Blåbandia. Tää on Knorri. Lemminkuppi. Huh. The new DLC for Two Point Hospital is out now. Cool. But who's ready for kitty cats? Apparently they just ran out of food, but there's still some around. I'll just replenish their food. Let's see who we got here. Also, I finally got to see the new kitty cat that had been around. I'll show you a picture of it. Not with me, Kilgore. Here we have kitty cats. Come on, focus. Focus. There we go. There's Ginger. And that's, I think that's Lexi. Is that Lexi? No, that's Pasty, maybe. Yeah, that's Pasty. I noticed that the other ear had some color to it, so that's Pasty in there. It's a wooden rocket that they're sitting in. Will you focus, you stupid? There you go. Well, that's Pasty. Then we got the Patches up there in the cat head bed. And then we got Callie there on the hammock. Just sleeping their worries away. Oh, so cute. Now let me show you the picture of the new cat that it was on the hammock. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello to Lady Meow Meow. She's got American short hair. Lady Meow Meow. I wonder who she's supposed to be representing. Yeah, probably Lady Gaga. Yeah. I mean, her personality is diva. So now I'm only missing like 3 special cats that I have no idea how to make them appear. All of them are just, question marks that they've never even visited. Hey, look, there's Bengal Jack. But I don't know how to make these 3 appear, and I've bought every item in the game. It's weird. Maybe I need to look them up to see how I can make them appear. Well, let me eat my food, and we'll check up on the kitty cats later to see if we can get who will be visiting then. Maybe we will get a Fred Butthole. Although all the items that I have, there's actually one where they might be turned around in a way that we would see a butthole. Hey, jump! Time to ruin my childhood memories about how good Tex Murphy was by seeing the not watered down version. Hot! Hot! Too hot! You have to remember that one of my one and only playing of this whole series, Commodore 64. Yeah, I surprised a lot of people and myself when I looked up that this was on the C64. I've never seen the C64 version either. I've actually only seen this game once. It was the DOS version. I think it was Retrograde Tom who played it at one point long time ago. Cannon Fodder 2. Yeah, you did. I mean, playing this is really making me want to play the whole series, even though I played it Under a Killing Moon and the Pandora Directive. I still need to find out how to... Yeah, it could have been you, yeah. Although it could have been also that I didn't watch you play the first games because I didn't want to get spoiled. I did watch you play Tesla Effect, and that was pretty cool. I watched the Tesla Effect a little. And then I decided that, yeah, I'm gonna play this myself, and I bought the game. So I have the whole Tex Murphy series. But if I will play all of the Tex Murphy games, I need to figure out how to stream Overseer. And I really do want to play it because it's got Michael York in it. Yeah, you did say that Pantsless Aaron did figure it out. I have some of my ideas. Yeah, you had the original hardware, so it was easier, yeah. But I do have some ideas on maybe make it working. I'll just have to try them out. That's all there is to it. Just see if they will work. Got that nice balance of tomato and basil and that overpowering blue cheese. Not to mention extremely soggy noodles. I bet you all are loving the slurping ASMR you're getting. Gotta remember, stay on target. Stay on target. Look at the size of that thing. That's no moon. That's a space station. Excuse me. It'll be just like Beggars Canyon back home. Yep. The towers, they stopped. Are we gonna be quoting A New Hope? I was just quoting the game itself, not branching out to the movies. The Force will be with you, always. I think one of my favorite things in Star Wars is how Princess Leia had a slight British accent in the opening scenes. Look at the size of that crouton. I mean, that is a crouton right there. Look at the size of it. There was even one crunchy. OTD! We're doomed. I had this one slicer tomato come back in the returns the other day, not quite big enough to fill a cereal bowl, but was it ever a mutant? Let me say that out loud. I think my brain broke trying to decipher what Jobs just said. I mean, it feels like I'm missing a story here.
Alright, work retail. Slicer tomato is a type of tomato that you slice up for sandwiches. They come in typical sizes that you'd expect. Then there was this one. It could have held 2 or 3 typical tomatoes. That's a big tomato. No, that's a big Twinkie. I was just looking at the kitty cats. I was just about to say that, oh, we got only one new cat, but no, there's 2. We got Marshmallow and Socks. There's Marshmallow just sleeping under the toy. But then I was like, oh, he's the only one. But then when you look more carefully around here, there might be a surprise somewhere. Just Socks. Sitting in that silly pot thing. Certainly didn't notice Socks at first. Then I realized that the pot has eyes and I was like, oh, hey, Socks. You can go there. So I can get this back here. Oh, by the way, I did buy myself some... I bought myself some real nice candy. That's what the hot and sour looks like. And camera, why won't you focus? Let's see what color I will get. Red. Sweet. I'm rather surprised that there hasn't been a boom in this idea, considering the era is ripe for them. Anyhow, decades ago I had this idea for progressive wall artwork. The notion was to put a TV screen on a wall and have artwork on it that can change. Now we can do that. So, what if your kitty app were on a bigger screen on the wall changing daily? That would be interesting. I mean, there are so many cats in the game. And you can also buy wallpapers for your phone in the app. Like, this is my lock screen. It's White Shadow. Just standing guard. And there's the moon that has cat's paws on it. Standing vigilant. Looking over my phone. And in the background I have a party cannon shooting out the kitty cats. Smoky butthole! Whee!
They're all dressed up. They got the bow ties on. Hey, look. They caught one of the confetti. Whee! Before we get to the good part, silence. I'm going back to the game. Going back to the game. Cal Davis's home near Santa Barbara must be over 100 years old. There's still police tape across the entryway. Somebody must have left the cooling system on because the air is chilled and damp. I walk down the hallway and up a flight of stairs to a large open door, or open room. This is what I'm looking for. As I enter the room, the burglar alarm sounds and I have about 10 minutes to shut it off before the police get here. Oh boy. Switch on the wall says open close. You turn the switch on and it opens the cage. The ape rushes out and uses you like a rubber ball, throwing you to and fro about the room. The end. I didn't even realize that there was something in there to kill me. Great. Freaking fantastic. This is gonna be so much fun. Now, where could the turn off the alarm thing be? Standard wall-mounted light switch. Did it do anything? Take a deep breath and rethink that idea. There. Apparently, we can die in the game, yeah. It was about time to find out. A drill mounted on a concrete base sits next to the table. A small switch mounted at the base of the drill. So that just turns on and off the drill. A broken chemical flask is on the floor. That must be where the Cal cigarette butt is in front of the cages. Several rat cages filled with starved dead rats. Standard office file cabinet. It's locked and you don't have the key. Alright. Gotta find the key then. A small surveillance camera is mounted on the wall. Stainless steel table is bolted to the floor. Leather straps bolted tightly to the table. The book is titled Control of Primate Behavior Through Microchip Technology by Dr. Cal Davis. Specific. You read a few pages, but no clues are gathered. Alright. Can I move it? Okay. Okay. Nothing happened. Scientific microchip equipment. A power switch on the equipment. A tray of microchips is on the table. Overhead lamp.
Okay. Oh, hello. With the light, you see a file cabinet key on the floor. Workbench made of stainless steel with drawers. A can of Diet Coke sits on the table. I'll take it. Rack of test tubes is above the table. Various chemicals in a flask. Outside of the flask has a hazardous chemical written on it. Non-corrosive stainless steel sink and drain. Drawer with a handle. 2. Cal Davis. Subject Nexus September. Password. Coded work. Well, that's checkmate. Cage made of iron bars. 2 eyes stare ominously at you from behind the bars. An oversized ape with wild eyes stares through the bars at you. A small metal box is inside the ape cage. So I need to get rid of the ape somehow. You look through the papers and see an invoice dated 2 days before Cal Davis died. Precious metal ink, gallium arsenide bar, $2,000. Fascinating. Swivel chair. Metal office desk with fax machine, computer, and side drawer. It's locked and you don't have the key. The fax machine is operational. Okay. Metal cabinet built into the wall. It's locked and you don't have the key. Computer won't operate without a pass card. I don't have that for this computer. It's broken, so you can't do that. I don't have a gun, then again. Well, it feels like I'm in trouble. A screwdriver. I've been looking for one. Hick to the yeah. Oh yeah, I do have a freaking gun, but I can't use it here. I got 2 minutes left to try to get out of here, and I have no idea what to do. No idea. Hmm. I mean, it's obvious if I press the switch to let the monkey out, I'm just gonna die. There, the drill is on. Yep. Well, I gotta do all of that again. How the hell do you turn it off? So I get a screwdriver on the cages, find a key under the table lamp. I can turn on the drill, but it's not helping me. Hmm. All that salmiakki in there. Nom, 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 nom. Hey, Swede. It won't operate without the thing that you need. There's the key. There, now I got microchips. Open it. We get the invoice. Take the invoice. Go back. Look at the cages. Open the cages. Nope. Cages. Open. Alright, drawers. Look at the drawer. Get the memo. Nothing in the sink. Get some chemicals. Look at the test tube. Get them. Alright. Look at the cook can. Take that as well. Got so many items now. Can I move the creature? You're moving close to the cage and suddenly feel the vice grip strength of the ape's hands around your throat. He violently shakes the life. God damn it! Never would have thought that the move would actually be a killer. Well, live and learn, die and learn. In this case. I really hope that that I should go do something else beforehand, like I'm missing an item that I need to use here. I bet that's the case. Yeah. If I do anything with the creature other than look, just kills me. Well, that's being tested out. No, it's not. That this is just a timed moment that I have 10 minutes to get out of there. I can't figure out how to get out of there. So, but instead, I am just going to leave and go to some other place. I'll come back once I figure out what I could do in there. Because it feels like I'm missing something important in order to get out of there. Like missing an item. So it's better to just check everything out first. See if I can find the item that I'm missing. And then get in there. Again. Because it felt like all the items that it provided me in there wasn't sufficient enough. It's a polite alarm system. Alright, Smiley in Santa Barbara Police Department. Santa Barbara Police Station is in a state of transition. They're getting ready to move to a new facility and the place is a disorganized mess. I step into Detective Monroe's office, and he's sitting behind his desk. No need to wonder how he got the nickname Smiley. He's got a big stupid grin on his face. That's not a detective. That's the guy trying to sell me a car. Especially the cheap, crappy kind. Just telling me all about it. memory is a little hazy. Maybe a consulting fee would clear my head. How about my consulting fee being my fist in your face? You're a cop. A dirty cop at this rate. I'm actually gonna threaten you because I don't care. I tell him if he doesn't tell me what he knows, I'll take him outside and make him wish he'd never be born. Big mistake! Before I have a chance to do any more than shoot my mouth off, two guys appear from nowhere, work me over pretty good and knock me out. As I regain consciousness, I groggily realize I've been thrown out the front door. About $100. 200. Have to do that better than that, buckwheat. The investigation verified that Cal Davis, 3720, yep, accidentally killed himself with a hazardous chemical. It appears that instead of drinking his coke, he took a bottle of cyanide, 631. The emergency call came in from an Aaron Sternwood, a friend of the victim. Sternwood said he mumbled something about chess and then died. When I found him, his face had the distinct bluish tinge of cyanosis. There was no evidence of foul play. Oh, for fuck's sake. Fucking dirty cops. He hangs out, literally, at the beach near Santa Barbara. Why would anybody go to a beach in this neighborhood? In this timeline? Prepare yourself, he's not a pretty sight. Well, as far as I know, humans usually are not sites that you go on to explore. I think you mean S-I-G-H-T, sight, with your eyes, not sight as a location. That's the second typo I've seen today. I think that's the only thing I needed from him, so screw you. Took $1,000 from me and just generally was an asshole. Well, let's go to this new location then. 0439. Pretty far away. Are we there yet? More kitties have appeared. I just put away the first load of laundry I did with the machines in my building. It wasn't horrible. Nice. All right, let's go to the beach. What a lovely sight. This could be the world's first beach for ugly people. A skinny guy walks by with so many varicose veins he could double as a road map. I spot Aaron Sternwood, the last person to see Cal Davis alive. He's fat, balding, and about 4'5". I want to say he's like fat, but balding, maybe 45. Sure. Cal Davis was a good friend of mine. We were going out that night and I was supposed to meet him at his house. When I got there, I rang the bell, but no one answered. When I found him in his lab, he had his hands around his neck and he mumbled checkmate. I have no idea what he meant by that. The police think he accidentally poisoned himself, but I can't believe it. He was always very careful around his chemicals. Oops. Smiley works at the Palo Alto precinct. Watch out for him. He's a slippery SOB. Yeah, I know. The dirty cop. Well, you weren't really that much of a help. I guess I can figure it out that he meant checkmate. Okay. But what does it mean in the long run? That's the problem. Actually. Can you tell me about the Overlord? How about MTC Corp? MTC, just MTC? No? Gideon Enterprises. Nope. Alright. Nothing. So it will only show me the current position, but I can't follow my cursor for the destination position. But there's Eureka, Reno, Las Vegas, Los Angeles, SD, San Diego. All right, let's see where we're going next. What's the next place? 5170. Let's go visit our Sonny Fletcher in San Diego. 300. Holy shit. Ooh. So where exactly am I going? Ah, that way. Ooh. Look, Ma, I'm flying! Whee! Now we can actually take a look at the sights, and because I'm flying. Not much to see. It's like I'm flying in a FA-18 Interceptor. Well, the autopilot is much faster. It's truly shocking to see that we once had a 3D that looked like this, cut to today's Microsoft Flight Simulator. I mean, if I had seen this back in the day, I would have shit my pants out of amazement. Which I did with FA-18 Interceptor, Strike Eagle 2, you know. I mean, this was the shit back in the day. And this is 89. That they would be able to do a 3D graphics like this in 89. It was... easily mind-blowing because I was 9 years old. I wonder how slow the Amiga version would be compared to this. Yeah, we were like, this is so photorealistic. Yeah, we were like, this is so cool. That's what we were like, this is awesome. The address for Sonny Fletcher is a rundown hotel that has been converted to apartments. I step into the small seedy lobby and find the stairs. The stairwell is dark with garbage and old newspapers strewn everywhere. I find apartment 307 and knock on the door. Fletcher answers with the disposition of an untipped waiter. I tell him I'm working for Sylvia Linsky and he tells me to come inside. The room is cramped and confining. The furniture is cheap and the upholstery is threadbare. A portable black and white TV is on a small table, blaring the sound of lifestyles of the incredibly rich. Lucky healthy, and famous. And whoa. Are you okay there, dude? You look like you escaped from Spitting Image. I don't know who you're supposed to look like. But, Richard Nixon? Maybe? Alright. No way. I got nothing to say. You sure about that? No time for diplomacy. I threaten to bash in crackheads if I don't get the right information. The guy throws a haymaker before I can block his punch. A fist the size of a ham hock slams into the side of my head. When I finally regain consciousness, my head is ringing like a 5-alarm fire. Well, that didn't go as well as expected. Let's see if I can do better. Don't threaten him this time. Will you take $500? Linsky hired me to check out the corporation called MTC. Yet he's hired to do some research into increasing a person's mental abilities. As the work progressed, however, he realized they had different intentions. When I started my investigation into MTC, I received threats on my life and was even shot at a few times. I tried to warn the professor, but it was too late. I think they iced him, but I have no idea how they did it. If you want more information on MTC, check with Wanda Peck. Who is Wanda Peck? And also, Wanda Sykes or Peck. It's true. This man has no dick. How about I bribe you again? How about this time with just $300? Yeah, he'll do it. You'll find him at the San Francisco Chronicle. 4621. Dolores Lightbody. Bribe 200. $2. Bribe 200. Dolores is that fat chick Linsky used to tow around. He was getting ready to dump her. How about the Sylvia Linsky? Bribe 100? How about 200? She's headstrong and thinks she knows everything, but she's a good-looking dame, that's for sure. I've heard she's a bit frisky, so watch yourself. How about J. St. Gideon? He lost the presidency of his company in Gideon Enterprises to Frank Shimming. He's an old geezer above 80. You'll find him in Beverly Hills. All right. 3, 8, 9, 1. That little description sure did not age well. Why, today's TVs are so dirt cheap. Alright, at work the other month I saw this box come through receiving. It was glued to the side of a cardboard box. My childhood never dreamt that ever being possible. On the side of that cardboard box was a flat screen monitor with video playback. Boy. Maybe it's Maybelline. Stick it, fish face. How about I offer you $200? Close but no cigar. 300. Klaus is one of the scientists that may be working on the Overlord project. I wasn't able to locate him. I was. Linsky suspected Cal Davis working on the Overlord project. He's this suspicious to me. Make it worth my time. I haven't got all day. Did you just flip me off? He just flipped me off. What an asshole. You're just flipping me off. People who know him says he's a ruthless egomaniac. He tossed the former president out of his ear, on his ear, and threw some vicious internal politics. I wonder how today's predictions will look in 30 years. We will look just as stupid. I'm gonna ask him one more question because I'm using so much money on this douchebag. No way they'd find out how you got your information. I'd wind up floating in the bay. Now, let's see if I care. Other than what I've told you about Linsky's suspicions, I don't know anything about the Overlord. Try one peg at the Chronicle, you might try the former president of Gideon Enterprises, the St. J. St. Gideon. Alright, let's get the heck out of here. This guy's just driving me nuts and also, you know, drying me out. I don't need predictions to look stupid. I can handle that on my own. Yeah, I think everybody can. It's hard to know. Some people can be pretty accurate about future predictions. Why I was wowed when this ancient sci-fi movie, the one with that robotic lady, had flat screens. Come to think of it, so did that Star Wars Holiday Special. Ancient sci-fi movie. I think you're talking about Metropolis. I've seen Metropolis. It's quite the movie. It's been a long time since I've seen it. I've seen the version where they actually had added the cut parts. So it was the full movie. I think that was the story with Metropolis. They actually had cut parts of it, or some parts were lost, maybe, and then people found it and put them back into the movie. Yeah, the restored version, yeah, is the one you have to see. I mean, it's a heck of a long movie, but it's totally worth it. I mean, from that era, on how much they used, robotics and computers and others in that movie, it's like... they kind of predicted the future there in some ways. Just like Job said, with the having flat screens and such. I think the autopilot is a bit drunk. Try to stay put, will ya? I can imagine just Tex being in there like... It's only a little bit of turbulence. Got him. I mean, look at it. It's just going left and right. I wouldn't be able to drive that. But actually, I would turn off the autopilot at that moment. All right. Into the Enterprises we go. I tell the security guard at Gideon Enterprises that I'm working on a murder case and I'm here to talk to Frank Shimming. He leads me to the elevators and tells me to go to the 67th floor. The receptionist ushers me into a huge suite to talk to Mr. Shimming, the president of Gideon Enterprises. He's a slick-looking man, about 50, with gray hair and thick eyebrows. He doesn't look the least bit happy to see me. Yes. Mr. Murphy. I replaced Mr. Gideon as president a year ago. He was a senile old man in his 80s, filled with insane ideas. He had lost the drive to run the company in a profitable manner and had to go. Sorry, can't help you there. I couldn't possibly know every employee who works at the companies I manage. Surely you have something better to do with your time than bother me with trivial questions. Our company is involved in the development of electronic surveillance equipment. Obviously, a man in your line of work doesn't have any formal engineering education, so talking to you in specifics would be a complete waste of time. But you don't know that in the future we'll actually be an engineer. Sure, we don't have the education, but we will know how to fix things and make them work. At least once before they break down because of our involvement in them. What? Yes, phone. Who dares to message me? Question. MTC is our management training center. New employees that show potential are sent there to acquire corporate decision-making abilities. I personally think it's a waste of time. A manager either has the skills or he doesn't. The short clips that I've seen of Metropolis is giving me the same vibes as Georges Méliès movies. That sort of weird visionary approach to filmmaking. Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. 2.5 hours off instead of 10 minutes, like Georges Méliès. Yes, Metropolis is over 2 hours long. It's an epic. From 1920s? Yeah, 27. There it is. Kilgore just said it. Definitely you should see it. It is a masterpiece of a movie. Metropolis is simply a remarkable achievement. It's ages, of course, aged, since it was made in 1927, but what it accomplishes is astonishing. Yeah, Méliès was truly a pioneer, though. Yep, true. Had a very vivid imagination when you think about the films that Méliès made. Truly visionary. Opened up a whole road for all kinds of imaginative movies. The name is not familiar. I really don't have time to get to know everyone who works for me. Linsky? No, the old scientist who committed suicide. I understand he had some work for MTC Corporation, which is our management training center. The personnel department could have told you that. I once heard a movie from the USSR that had runtime around 12 hours. Guess they really had time to burn there. Well, there's also, was it 6 hours long artwork by Andy Warhol, where he just filmed, was it 6 hours or 24 hours actually? Where he just filmed the Empire State Building, the top of it. Artists, they're weird. Especially Andy Warhol's other great film of him eating a burger. Let's see, I don't want to ask anything about those. I might get in trouble. I get the feeling if I asked him anything about Overlord or such, he would kill me. Because that is my upper hand currently. He doesn't know that I know. Do I have anything about Blaze Wiener? Alright. I'm gonna leave before I do ask the wrong questions. Incoming facts. A concerned citizen. Get off this case or you'll be sorry. Well, we have now poked the devil's den. We are in trouble. Do I care? Hell no. Because we are motherfucking Tex Murphy. We laugh at the face of danger. And if it comes at us, we'll just punch its lights out. For a few years, America had an action show called named 24. Yep, it was. 24 wasn't great. They used to watch it all the time. Jack Bauer. Oh yeah, push A. That would actually help. Also Nosferatu, a shame that parts of it had been lost forever. Was Nosferatu one of the movies that got burned? I know there are many movies from that era that got lost in a fire. Lost forever. But I don't remember Nosferatu being a victim of parts being lost. I could be wrong though. I just don't remember that being a thing. 250,000 films from the era are completely gone, turned to dust in basements. It's just like many of the original episodes of Doctor Who are lost because BBC wanted to save up on film, so they just taped over some of their old shows, and Doctor Who happened to be a victim of that. But the audio, all of the audio from the original episodes are still intact, and some people have made like slideshows from other episodes to try to make a cohesive story. But they don't look good because it's just pictures of the doctors here and there. I mean, all the pictures that they put are just from other episodes, so they don't really make the story look good. Well, at least the audio is still there, so. The Universal Studios fire in 2008 lost 50,000 films and videos, yeah. It's a shame that these do happen, these kind of accidents. So many things are lost in time. You can only hope that somebody out there with a VHS, you tape this movie late night from your TV. Please tell me you are there somewhere. That it is still out there. Somebody has it. Maybe crappy quality, but it's still there. We can restore. Gideon's home is a 30-room mansion in Beverly Hills. The place is lavishly furnished with a living room big enough for a swimming pool. I'm ushered into the den. Mr. Gideon is intently studying his chessboard. I mean, does that look like a mansion in the Beverly Hills or a mansion somewhere in England? He seems oblivious to me. Either that or he's asleep. The guy's old. I mean, ancient. But he must be a big wheel. Because there's a picture on the wall of him receiving an award from from President Michael J. Fox. Hey, just what? It's like the joke in what was it? Was it in Demolition Man where they said that Schwarzenegger becomes the president? Michael J. Fox, really? I given some background information on the Linsky case, and it seems to pique his curiosity. Excuse me, I think you have something, poking out of. What I'm trying to say is fix your hair. What are you trying to do? Look like Kilgore? Nah, don't worry. You have better hair than this guy. There are a gazillion versions of the songs out there, but the original recordings destroyed, yeah. Shaving forced me out of my own company. He's ruthless and totally unethical. He'll pay for that someday. I founded Gideon in 1997 and nurtured it for over 30 years. It was stolen out from under me by Frank Shipping. I set up the MTC to help improve the management skills of my executives. Shipping never liked the idea, which is why I'm surprised it still exists. I've heard there is something unusual going on at MTC. If there is, I'm sure Shipping is behind it. That man is dangerous. Sorry, can't help you there. Overlord? I'm sure I've never heard that name before. What else could I ask? At least we're not going into that whole Hollywood trope about the future president being Donald Trump or another famous person. That's getting me at the moment. We're gonna go back to John Klaus. I'm gonna ask him about the checkmate that the Cal Davis said before he died. I'm sure that John Klaus will have the answer for it. Or maybe a reaction to it. Hopefully. Almost there. Almost there. Stay on target. Not great. Shimon is the president of Gideon Enterprises. Since I work alone, I don't have much in contact with those company people, but I heard that a lot of people are afraid of it. You were of no help. Well, at least I do have a new location. But I should have gone there a long time ago. Freaking itch. Bruh. I wonder what I should ask him from a Wanda Peck. Mostly about Frank Shimming and the company, I guess. Well, time to find out once we land. I mean, she is a reporter, apparently, so hopefully she will have all the info that I require. We're in Chinatown. Inside the San Francisco Chronicle building, I look for Wanda Peck. I've always thought Wanda was good looking in a way, far away, but I like Wanda. She's a good source of information, and she knows how the city is run. He's the head of Gideon Enterprises. He's an arrogant son of a bitch. I heard he once stuck a live body in a paper shredder. I've heard that story before. You're telling me the exact same thing as somebody else told me. The hell? Gideon is an electronics firm that is a parent company of MTC Corp. Overlord? Yeah, Larry Hammond wanted me to do some research on that. The Overlord project was developed 50 years ago in England. Did I have Larry Hammond here already? I don't see a Larry Hammond. So I'm gonna put that down. Larry Hammond. Scientists began work on a mental ability booster. The experiment involved increasing a person's mental capacity by connecting his brain directly to a computer. Several scientists tried the experiment on themselves, and at first it worked. By stimulating untapped areas of the mind, they increased their IQs by 15 to 25%. But they also found they were extremely susceptible to suggestion. Commands given through the computer would be followed without question. The experimentation became more and more radical. Many of the scientists developed severe cases of psychosis. Some committed suicide and others died under mysterious circumstances. It seems it's happening again. 50 years later. So who is this Larry Hammond? He's a brilliant computer specialist who has done some work for MTC Corp. He was concerned about some MTC project. Ask a guy named Ron Meat where to find him. Okay. Ron Meat. Well, where can I find this Ron Meat? The guy's a real paranoid. He never stays in one place for very long. You'll have to check with your sources to find him. Oh, great. Ron Meat. Where do you get that, Gabriel, from? You've said it many times that the good meat. That sounded like something out of Fringe. Yeah, kind of. I haven't seen The Fringe in ages. Love that show. The Fringe was great with John Noble, Joshua Jackson. Don't remember the lady, but I remember her character's name was Olivia. It is a Krieg quote. Yeah, I was just wondering how you do it. Anna Torv, yes. Could have sworn that you gave it to me. Ah, then. Understandable. I mean, that is what Krieg says. Good meat. I like my treasure like my baby steaks. Rare. He was a professor at San Francisco University. Killed himself last week. I told you that Krieg is the best. You named a butchery or a deli in City Skylines good meat. Oh yeah, I did. Totally forgotten that. Yeah, such a long time ago. Oh, City Skylines. I hope I can play you again on stream. At least I got lots of other choices if I want to play something relaxing for a while. Do you know anything about this Blaze Wiener? If I could type his name properly. Nope, didn't think so. Cal Davis. Nope. John Claus. Nope. Sonny Fletcher. Sonny, it was here a while ago asking me to check out the number of things. Then he disappeared. Smiley Monroe. Oops. How about Dolores Light Body? There. No. Is Sonny related to Jessica? I hope not. I mean, even though Sonny Fletcher is a private eye, he's too ugly to be Jessica Fletcher's kind kin. Information on these boys is gonna cost you. I'm taking a big risk saying anything bad about them. Alright. I'll offer you 500 bucks. Really? How about 700? 8? They're a pretty bunch of fascists. They started out as a small band of troublemakers about 5 years ago, but they've cultivated a steady following since. A year ago, Robert Knott became the president, and now the party is focusing on their rage against the machine? No, mutants. Robert Knott. When a murder or robbery is committed, it's immediately blamed on the mutants. The scariest part is that they're becoming a powerful political force. They got friends in the legislature, mayor's office, and police force. You need to talk to Larry Hammond. Look for Ron Mead to find Larry. Yes, mutants, because there's lots of radiation. He's the head of the Law and Order Party. He's quite the mystery man. He controls much of the action in the city, but he's hard to find. I don't think he's looking for publicity or notoriety. He wants to control things without actually appearing to do so. Alright. Vanessa! Can you tie them in a knot? Can't you tie them in a bow? Give me Ron Mead.
There's nothing in our files.
Okay. How about what was this guy's name? Something Hammond. Larry. Not Carrie. Larry.
There's nothing in our files.
How about then Frankenstein?
Look for my facts.
Robert.
Look for my facts.
I think that'll do. Thanks, honey. Let's see for... No. You're the one. I just ended the call with you. No! I pushed the wrong button.
Hello, Tex.
Hi, Vanessa, again. Sorry, don't need anything. I was supposed to press L. And just make a save here. Let's see if I can get any information about the Law and Order from Lee. It'll cost me, but it'll be worth it.
What can I help you with today?
I don't know. Tits or a GTFO? Is that?
Make me an offer.
I'll give you an offer that you will not refuse. 500.
It's a deal.
Processing facts. Estimated arrival 3:43. I should ask you about the Ron Meat.
Make me an offer.
Another 500. Will that do?
Be realistic.
700.
Be realistic.
1,000.
It's a deal.
At least I will get info about Ron Meat. That's what I want. Thanks, babe. Incoming facts. Frank Shimming is president of Gideon Enterprises. His office is in San Francisco. Oh, well, we already knew that. What's the next? Robert Dodge is head of the Law and Order Party, but no one I've talked to knows how to fight him. He's totally secretive. Alright. Now we just wait for a couple of moments and we'll get the other info. I do get the feeling that I should go back to that Cal Davis's location. Try to solve that puzzle and how to turn off the alarm and get out of there alive. The Law and Order Party is a quasi-racist fascist political organization dedicated to controlling the government. They moved from their San Francisco office to somewhere in Southern California. No one seems to know where their main headquarters are now located. The head of the party is a man named Robert Knott. He's rarely seen in public, but through strong political connections, he's built a very powerful organization. Ron Mead hangs out near Coit Tower. No, 45, 25, 45, 25. He's a little unpredictable, so watch yourself. Weirdest part about these games is the fax machines. For some reason, nobody expected the fax to go the way of the dodo. Well, it's an old game from an old era. So they thought, I think they might have thought it would be funny that, hey, in the future, the fax machines are the way to communicate with others. I was dealing with doctor stuff the other week, and it was mentioned about fax being an option for data transfer. Otherwise, it's been quite a few years since I last heard the word. At the base of Coit Tower, I wait for Ron Mead. I finally see him. He has radiation burns over most of his face, but he has a nice eye. Too bad he doesn't have another one to match. I call him over to the side of my speeder. Well, I actually wasn't expecting a Cyclops. But the mutants, you know. Could you stop blinking? Actually, could you get another eye? Okay, let's start with Frank. Actually, let's Larry Hammond. Stick it, fish face. Okay. Threaten? It's time to get tough. I get a steely-eyed look and say that I'll air out that oversized skull if I don't get the facts now. I slam my fist into his soft, flabby stomach and he buckles over. I then catch his chin with a solid haymaker that sends him staggering back against the wall. Okay, that's enough, I'll talk. You'll find him in the freak town at the old warehouse. 49... 49... 35... Let's ask about Kel Davis. Nothing. How about the rubber nut? How about Law and Order? Those SOBs have turned to me several times. They think I look like one of those freaks. I've heard they're planning something big, and I know it is going to happen soon. There isn't much that I can ask him, I guess. Maybe Smiley. Monroe. No. How about the Sonny Fletcher? No. Wanda Peck. chin. Well, thanks for the info of Larry Hammond. So it was 49. 45. The address I have for the mutant computer specialist Larry Hammond is a decaying old warehouse building in the heart of Freaktown. This is where most of the unfortunate individuals live who suffered severe damage from nuclear radiation. Many of their offspring suffered genetic damage resulting in some rather grotesque mutations. Most were treated as outcasts and were forced into this community, away from those not affected. I stepped through a partially open doorway into a large room. I see several large mutants and none of them look too happy to see me. I'm looking for Larry Hammond, I say quickly. A fellow steps forward. He's about 30 and looks like he's got a serious grudge against the world. Some people are so ungrateful for extra blessings. At least he was born with all his vital organs inside his body. My name is Larry and this is my brother Daryl. Feel free to speak in front of him. What can I do for you? Oh. Siamese twins. Tell me about Rummeat. I know Rum for a long time. He's a paranoid schizophrenic because of his brain damage. But we get along okay. Those goose-stepping thugs are prepared to move against us, but we'll be ready for them. If they try to run us out, we'll take the whole city with us. That's just Freaktown. I know he hates freaks and heads to the law and order party, but that's about it. When I did work for Gidding, I saw him and Frank Shimming together on occasion, discussing business. Things went from bad to worse when Frank Shimming took over the presidency of Gideon Enterprises. I did some computer work for him at MTC. He seemed nice enough to most people, but I could tell he didn't like freaks. About a year ago, Tom Griffith, the vice president of the MTC Corporation, hired me to design a computer for the Overlord project. They also wanted 8 access terminals. A colleague of mine, Cal Davis, told me that he had been hired by the MTC Corporation to do research on controlling human behavior through direct brain stimulation. When I started asking questions, they told me it was none of my business. When I read that Davis had been killed, I decided to go into hiding. If you're looking for a way to stop Project Overlord, you'll have to get to the main computer and destroy the satellite. To gain access to the destruct sequence, you'll need all 8 passcodes and passwords. Each scientist involved with the project has one. My gray passcode was stolen by members of the Law and Order Party. My password is King. To get the rest of the passwords and cards, you'll have to find each of the scientists working on the project. Once you gather all the cards, you'll need to find the main computer to use them. I don't know where the main computer is, and other than Cal Davis, I don't know any of the names of the remaining 6 scientists who work on the project. If I were you, I'd start with the accounting people at Gideon. Jerome Milborn. Oh God, there's just so many names.
I'm out of room. Yes, that's how much I'd be writing here. I'm out of room.
Ed Bradley. Arnold Dweeb. Great name. They might have names of the people that received checks from MTC. He was a colleague of mine, and I don't believe his death was an accident. My Brady passcode was stolen by members of the Law and Order Party. You'll have to get it from them, and that's not going to be easy. I have no idea where their main headquarters are, but if you find that location, chances are my gray passcode will be there. My password is king. He looks like a typical accountant. You can find him at 7312. He may have names of the people associated with the MTC. He didn't know where he was, so... He knows Gideon MTC Corporation pretty well, but watch him, he's slippery. If he pats you on the back, he's trying to get you to cough up something. Alright, so I only know where Ed Bradley is. Sure got a lot of information out of him. Oh, Vanessa!
What's up, Tex?
The sky. Give me Jerome Milburn.
I'll check it out.
And the other one is Arnold Dweeb.
Can't help you there.
Okay. Thanks, sweetheart. Let's go back to John Klaus because I need to get his card. Although it could be that I already have it. Next is computer security pass card. The color is blue. That is Cal Davis's. Yeah, I don't have the other one. No. That reminds me, I need to go actually to incoming fax. Yep. 4623. 4623. Actually, now that I remembered that one thing, but I don't have the thing that I can do. Oh, man. So I'll do the thing that I thought of first. Fred Fox. Yeah, it was Castlevania. Gabriel. He was in the end credits of Castlevania. Fred Fox. Fred Fox! Oh, Fred Fox. Or maybe it was a Dracula game. So that's some old AVGN stuff, so can't really remember. In fact, before all this doctor business came up, I never heard of a Zoom. Surefire way to make me feel like a grandpa. Well, Zoom hasn't been around since 2020. That's when Zoom became a big thing with a lot of people. And I came in really late to that scene, pondering what all that chat about the AVGN versus Nostalgia Critic was about. Just a silly rivalry that they had. I was given a Nexus terminal and a passcard and a password by MTC to work on Overlord. It allowed me to access the central computer. Can I have the passcard? He hands me his green passcard. Alright. Now we have 3 passcards and 3. Actually, we have 2 passcards, but we have knowledge of 3. So I need 5 more. I don't like them, but what can be done? They have as much right to express their opinion as anybody. Now I do wonder, should I try to go to that room with the freaking monkey again or not? Apparently the value of the pass card is 1,000. I could sell it.
Hello, Tex. I'll check it out. I'll check it out.
Now we just wait for the facts. Just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts. And apparently our location is 6969. Noise. There it is. Maurice Gribble lives in Palm Springs. All right. Eight, 2, 3, 1. And David Pope lives in Eureka. 6, 2, 1, 1. All right. Now we got more locations to go for. Let's start with Maurice and Gribble. 8, 2, 3, 1. There yet? Anybody else liking this game? I'm loving this. It's such a great game. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Well, you could call this the prototype for the rest of the games. I mean, they didn't change that much when you think about it, how everything works. I find the home of Maurice Gribble and knock on the door. I'm invited into the room by an older woman and introduced to Maurice Gribble. He's a tall, distinguished man in his late 60s. I explain that I'm working on a case and his name was on a list of scientists who possibly were associated with the project. He explains that he has been in retirement for a number of years and spends his time golfing and relaxing at the country club. He says he is due at the golf course and shows me the way to the door. I thank him for his time and go back to my speeder. Alright. So Maurice Gribble is a lost cause of a situation. Because he didn't work on the project. He definitely did not work on Overlord. So let's go to David Pope. $600 I will walk 100 miles. I will walk 500 more just to be the man.
Another visitor. Stay a while. Stay forever.
Wake me up before you go. I mean, I'm glad that they got at least rid of these flying sequences. I mean, totally unnecessary. Totally unnecessary to have these kind of sequences. I mean, it's nothing but a waste of our time. They were cool at first, but when it's a long distance flight like this, why would you want to fly this kind of a distance? I mean, not using the autopilot. Yeah. Why? Are we there yet? I knock on the door of David Pope's house and ask him questions about Gideon Enterprises, MTC Corporation, and Karlinski. He says he hasn't heard of any of them. He works for a xenomorph Corporation, a division of Buxoras. They trained large mutated cockroaches and beetles to be butlers and factory workers. I continued to question him for a few minutes, but learned nothing more to help me in the case, so I returned to my speeder. Alien jokes. Xenomorph. New location. 7312. It's only 10 p.m. I shouldn't be so sleepy. Well, then again, I had a big burden taken off of my shoulders, so I'm happily tired. Not like, I want to continue. I should continue and force myself to stay awake. No, I'm more like, I should go to sleep because I feel so happy. Does that make any sense? Happy tired. No, I would call it a stream 1 hour later, Jup. You gotta remember, you have turned the clocks. We haven't yet. We turn our clocks in 2 weeks. The summertime. So not this week and the next. That's when we turn our clocks 1 hour forward. I find Ed Brantley's home and knock on the door. I wonder to myself if this could be the same Ed Brantley who used to be on TV when I was little, but then realized he'd be dead by now. Brantley is a big little bespectacled man, about 45. I ask him about Gideon and MTC Corporation. He replies that he has nothing to do with the accounting between the two companies. If I wanted information on that, I must talk to Arnold Dweeb. I thank him for the tip and leave. So Arnold Dweeb is the one we're looking for, huh? Let's see if I can find our next Jerome Milburn. Maybe he'll know about Arnold Dweeb. 46, no. 46, 23. 23? 23. At least this is close by. Won't take forever. I wonder what Martian Memorandum is like. I hope they improve the game somehow. I'm not sure if I will play it directly after this, but I'm definitely going to play it. I stand on the sidewalk in front of the terrace condominium complex and look up at the 40-story structure. Jerome Milburn's condo is on the 27th floor. After a quick ride up the elevator, I find myself knocking on his door. I try for a few minutes, but no one answers. Finally, a neighbor next door walks out into the hallway and tells me that Milburn left several days ago on vacation and won't be back for several weeks. I thank the guy and return to my speeder. God damn it! All of this has been just... at least we know that we need to find Arnold Dweeb. That's the only good thing that we have learned.
Yes, Murphy?
Help me, Chun-Li. You're my only hope.
Make me an offer.
$200, a pack of cigarettes, and my dick pic.
No deal.
Then how about $500?
Look for my facts.
Four one three, 413, 413, 413, 413, 413, 413, 413. Zelda will get that. Now we just wait for 423 to happen. Then we will get that fax and we can actually get somewhere. In the meantime, anyone want some paper ASMR? You're welcome. Arnold Dweeb has agreed to meet you at the Oakland Coliseum near the 50-yard line. All right. Reminds me of ETAs. I just saw in my email that the PS5 solid-state drive and heatsink has been sped up. I should see both during my immediate days off over some time next week. Nice. You're gonna have some days off next week? Cool. Don't worry about me. Just my back. Just my back aching a bit. Oh. I'm near the 50-yard line at the Oakland Coliseum. I'm supposed to meet Arnold Dweeb, the accountant for MTC Core. A strong cold wind rips off the bay.
It made my trench coat clumsy, flapping around my legs. I wouldn't even wear the damn thing if it weren't to avoid the effects of latent radiation. Arnold Dweeb suddenly appears as if from nowhere. He looks like an number one weenie. He's the type of accountant my parents warned me about. Is he?
My time's valuable. I don't give anything for free.
Oh, great. 200 bucks. 500 bucks. 1,000 or 100. 1 0 0 0. I'm gonna lose all my money with this guy. Even 1,500 is not enough. Can I question you about Overlord? Alright. How about your password?
People who know him says he's a ruthless egomaniac. He tossed the former president out on his ear through some vicious internal.
I've already heard this information. What the fuck? I just wasted money. How about the... This is your... 0. Tell me about MTC then. 2000. 22. 25. 3?
Here's a list of people who have received checks from MTC. I've also included some of the navigational codes to help you find them. Don't tell anyone where you got this list. Karlinski, Ron Morgan, Jorge Valdez.
I thought I already had Tom Griffith somewhere, but apparently I didn't write it down then. Anyway. Incoming fax. Another threat? Yep. Well, excuse me while I load the game. Because the other info that I got from him was useless. So I'm gonna load up the game and get the information that I need. I was just wondering about how so many nerd stereotypes have taped glasses, but then an interesting theory occurred to me. Maybe their glasses didn't break, but instead they actually modded the glasses to be more flexible in the middle. I should try that sometime. Definitely something this game wasn't ready for, the power of an internet search tool. Save thousands by paying the low monthly fee of access. Granted, if the game doesn't unlock these characters' locations if you don't pay, unsure. Is there an address NC1701? No, because that would be NCC. And I haven't seen anything starting with a 1, so I don't think that's an area code for this game. Which is sad, it would have been a nice, interesting Easter egg that you go to Enterprise. Invalid nav code. Speaking of glasses, it's no accident that Harry Potter and John Lennon have the same model of frames. Says it's the only model that NHS offers for the poor and the rich, but the rich can buy their own. That was a good start because it's right next to us. It'll only take a few seconds, or at least 1 minute. So many names and so many new locations. Well, 3 locations to go to, but so many names. Drop the case or you'll be dropped. Yeah, get it. I get it. do I land this? I don't really say about landing. I put the autopilot on and it's gonna fly up so it can land down. Okay. External views hover up and down, toggle warp, navigation, computer inventory, abort, engine sound, vent control, auto pitch. All stop space. Ah. I think that's what I should have pressed. Brenda Perry's home is a small but elegant two-story house set slightly back from the street. The lawn has just been cut and there are fresh flowers in a pot on the porch. Brenda Perry answers the door. I ask her a few questions, but she quickly informs me that she just started at NTC about 6 weeks ago and really doesn't understand all that goes on right now. I ask her to call me if she hears of anything that is odd or peculiar and leave. Yeah, external views. Ooh, I gotta look down. Me. What fun. Can we get to a place where we actually meet somebody? Thank you. They're getting smarter. I don't like that. Jesus. Made it. It's getting tough to go anywhere without someone trying to kill me. I'll locate the house of Tom Griffith, the VP and general manager of MTC. It's a two-story home with a spiked wrought iron fence, a swimming pool and concrete paths that wind among birth paths and fountains. I knock on the door, but no one answers. I can tell someone is there, so I continue knocking. Finally, a rather irritated Tom Griffith comes to the door. Duncan, Idaho? Is that you? Or Peter McNichol? NTC will soon be more than just a management training center. We're working on new surveillance equipment that will change the industry. I read about him a few weeks ago. Didn't he die of poisoning? Isn't it strange how many accidental deaths and suicides have occurred lately? He's just a bookkeeper who works for Gideon. Jason Gideon is an electronics genius and a good friend of mine. Gideon is the parent company of MTC. We're involved in electronic surveillance and management trainers and recently involved. He's the president of Gideon and MTC. He could care less about MTC, and that's fine with me. We get along fine without him. He's head of Law and Order Party and is a business partner on a joint venture project. Very soon he could become one of the most powerful men in the world. The Law and Order Party is becoming more powerful every day and has followers throughout government and business. They're working with us to develop a device which will revolutionize the surveillance industry. Then we will put it to work against the enemies of this country. All decent citizens will benefit from our work. There are those who think the device is dangerous, but we'll soon change their minds about that. Yeah, because you're gonna hypnotize everybody. It's all about hypnotizing and taking over their minds. And if you can't take over their minds, you'll kill them. I know where this is going. Murderous bastards. John Klaus wasn't happy at MTC. Would be very interested in finding him. Okay, let's try and... How did you find out about Overlord? I guess it doesn't matter because it's almost operational. Through microchips and satellite monitoring station, we can watch anyone, anywhere in the world. Overlord will greatly enhance government security. Everyone will benefit through this new gun control device, except those who are deemed a threat. I love these shifty eyes that is happening there. Like, how did you know? I think I can ask about anything else. That's the name of our computer system that Larry Hammond designed for us. And the ill-tempered freak, he gets to think twice before he speaks. That way he can say something even nastier. Anything he says about us is a lie. The only reason we hired that master is because of his vast computer knowledge. I'm VP of MTC Corporation, but some big changes are in my future. Yeah, a manster. A man and a monster. So manster. I think Big Jim does work for the Law and Order Party. Ron had done some work for MTC, but he left before completing his assignment. Clark has done work for us, but we no longer require his services. I don't really know too much about him. He's pretty quiet and keeps to himself. She seems to be competent at her job. A very fine scientist. He's also a good friend. A brilliant scientist, but he had trouble keeping company secrets. I heard he was the victim of an accidental shooting. She's been on several occasions. She works with Gideon at MTC as a management consultant. She's pretty sharp, runs things in an efficient manner, but I don't think she's a real company person. Hey, Turban. Nothing. Alright. I don't think there's anything else I can ask him about. No other employee or anything. Yeah.
Hello, Tex. There's nothing in our files. There's nothing in our files.
Jim Slade.
There's nothing in our files.
Morgan.
There's nothing in our files.
Bosworth Clark.
There's nothing in our files.
Lang.
There's nothing in our files.
George Valdes.
Look for my facts.
Huh? Well, I know where he lives already, so I don't think you'll help me out much here. Thanks anyway, sweetie. Facts, please. Can I ask facts, please? Facts! Now! Don't give me the facts. No facts, please. Don't you dare give me the Freddy Fox. Gabriel, the game is not listening to me. Da 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 da. Deet, 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 deet. Da 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 da. No, there we go. And exactly the info that I already had. Thank you very much, you beep. Navigation, navigation, I got a feeling De La Lang is going to be a dead end. Dead end. So I'm gonna go there first and then
to Jorge Valdez. And yes, Swede, we are liking the game. At least I am. Ooh. It was a relocation after all. Della Lang's apartment in Ventura is part of a small complex. Della Lang answers the door. I gave her the details of the case and asked if she has a few minutes to answer some questions. It's clear that she doesn't want to be bothered, but then agrees. Make it quick, she says. MTC is Gideon's management training center. To tell you the truth, I haven't gone far with them. Tom Griffith doesn't like me looking into their affairs much. When I meet with him... Whoa, she's angry. When I meet with him to discuss company procedures, he's always stalling about certain reports not being available. Then he tries to ask me out. He's a royal pain to work with. Guinea is a Fortune 500 firm that is doing very well in their particular industry. She looks like she's got some Joker toxic in her. Some Joker toxin. Because that is a very unnatural smile. That doesn't mean it's run perfectly. They have hired me as an outside consultant to evaluate many of their procedures. He was president of Gideon Enterprises at one time. I heard him tell Shimming he'd get even with him someday. Mr. Shimming is a hard-nosed businessman. He's done an excellent job, but I share his ideals. Sorry, can't help you there. Well, you really don't know that much. Might as well leave. I mean, pretty much she's just been brainwashed because she's so happy-go-lucky with this company.
And that feels like a feeling that you shouldn't have when talking about this company. 4931. I haven't given it a chance, but what I've seen so far has felt kind of boring. Again, unfair judgment, as I haven't followed the stream properly, be distracted by other things. I agree with your opinion. This game has rather boring gameplay. The devs hadn't quite mastered the formula yet, which worked so well for the sequels. Yep. I mean, it takes so long to get from one place to another. If they had cut all this travel, this game would be, you know, great. But all this is so freaking boring. Otherwise, the game is good. Really good. Don't you just hate it when you have a loose nose hair? There, that did it. Ooh. I was like 5 times close of sneezing. It's worse when something like that gets in your eye. Yeah, I lose eyelash. Yeah. Had that like an hour ago. Itches so hard in your eyeball. It's in. This has voice acting for the girls too, Bannigan. Haven't you noticed? Vanessa and Lee both talk. Gameplay is quite lackluster when it comes to what you actually do in the game. It all boils down to questioning people, bribing them sometimes, and occasionally shooting section jammed in. You gotta have some variety, you know, I guess. The Jorge Valdez home is located in a tract housing project in Oakland. He comes to the door and I notice he is still wearing his security badge from MTC. I ask him a few questions about the MTC and he gets a suspicious look on his face. They're keeping everything top secret. I know some law and order party big shots from Los Angeles have been in the office on a number of occasions. No one is supposed to know where they're from, but I overheard them talking while I was doing some service on one of the computers. I ask a few more questions. It's obvious he distrusts what's going on, but isn't quite sure what they're involved with. I thank him for his time and leave. Well, now I've come to the situation that I have only one place to go to. The place of death. This was 1989 though. In reality, what this game tried to cram into it was quite ambitious. Maybe too ambitious. Yeah. A bit too ambitious of having so many things in the game. If they should have just gotten rid of this autopilot sequence completely. I mean, why have this flight simulator section in the game at all? Because when you fly without the autopilot, you are so much slower. I mean, if I wanted to play a flight simulator, I'll play a flight simulator, not an adventure game. Yeah, this is 1989. Yep. The Amiga version is 1990. But the C64, this, 1989. I mean, otherwise, this is a good game. Is there a Genesis Mega Drive version? Don't think so. Let's see. Mean Streets. Amiga, Atari ST, Commodore 64, DOS, Linux, Macintosh, and Windows with the new release version. So it was DOS, Commodore 64, Amiga, and Atari ST. The first version, this 1989, was Commodore 64 and DOS, and a year later for Amiga and Atari ST. Hey, Dr. X. The flight sim was influenced by Microsoft Flight Simulator, which was quite popular. It tried to incorporate that element. It may have been a mistake, but hey, Let's see if I did go to the right location. Yes. The place where we have a time limit. To open the cage, you'll need to use the switch. Alright, I'll turn it on. Ah, I'm dead. Ah! Did I save at 9? Actually, I'm going to save on 0. So I'll know to start from there.